can hear from you and we can talk to you. And welcome to those who are watching online to our Parenting Workshop 2023. We want to say a very special welcome to all of our parents, guardians, or distinguished guests who hopefully will be joining us a little later on today. But certainly we want to thank you all for just even responding to the need for this workshop. Does anyone agree that there was a need for this workshop? I mean, when our sister Trudy told me about it, I was just in full agreement because I know it's something that is on her heart. She's very passionate about parenting. And let's just pause to give her a hand. Or organizer, or founder, or CEO of the parenting workshop. She has been doing a marvelous job just organizing everything, making sure that parents can feel empowered, prepared to deal with the situations at home. And so we're just grateful for you, Trudy. We're proud of you, and we're expecting that this workshop will be just a great time for all of us. So I just want to give everyone an overview of what to expect from the workshop, right? And I know those who are joining us online, we want you to know what it's all about as well. So the theme of the workshop is understanding and embracing your calling as a parent. The aim is for us to be, number one, edified. So that means we are going to leave here understanding God's intent for us as parents. And we're also going to be encouraged, meaning that we're going to be receiving whatever, whenever you get into a setting where it's called a workshop, there will be some perspectives that are challenged. Let's put it that way. How we saw things before, some of that might have to change, but it's all because of God's faithfulness. He is faithful to point out any errors that we might have inside of our parenting, inside of how we deal with situations in the home. And it's also aimed at providing support, right? You're not alone in this. And I know there are many parents who need to know that you do have support, you do have help, you do have people you can talk to. And so those are the primary goals of this workshop. And hopefully the next time around, we'll be inviting more and more persons to come out and be with us. So just to give you an idea of what to expect for the entire day, we of course will start with Miss Trudy Ann Mulgrave. She's our first presenter, and then we're gonna have a quick tea break, and then we go into our next discussion. Trudy will come back and share some more, after which we'll have lunch at 12:30. So mark that down, 12:30 is lunchtime. And then we'll also have a presentation by our sister Leah Miles. I know her as Tina. I just found out yesterday that Tina wasn't her real name. But we'll definitely do another tea break after that. And then we have our sister Suzette, who will be bringing, Suzette McCallum Clark, she'll be bringing a presentation as well. So we have a full day lined up, and we're going to close everything off with a recap, and that will be the time where we'll get to interact with each other. So we'll take some questions, we'll hear your side of it, and you'll be able to now share your thoughts during that recap and Q&A section. Now, just a key note. Just something to note about the Q&A section. You'll notice on your seats you have some papers with questions on them. You can feel free to answer those questions as we go throughout the day. You can write your answers down, and when we get to the Q&A section, that's when we'll go through and discuss our answers and perspectives. All right? So that's it from me, ladies and gentlemen. Let's now welcome our sister Trudy Ann Mulgrave.
I promise the only reason why I'll be before you longer than the other two, right? So as we start off with our workshop, being parents, being godparents, grandparents, guardian, we often wonder as a parent, yeah, we see it as just our obligation to provide and to security, natural provision and security. But it is more than to provide security for children. For some of us, it is a shocking reality because, these are actually human beings. What are we supposed to do with them? And we get started or we try to figure things out on our way by ourselves on the way, and we often stumble up against those. You can go. Yeah. Right? Somewhere along the way, however, we often hear how much of a blessing they are, right? And it doesn't often look like they are a blessing because, you find yourself in situation where the bills need to be paid, the children need to go to school, you don't send the money to pay these, the child gets sick, and a lot of other things, all sorts of other things that can happen. But they are a gift from God and they play a significant role in God's continuing plan for his people. In fact, that definition I got from the Bible teacher app. I'll read it again. It says, children are a blessing and a gift from God, and they play a significant role in continuing God's plan for his people, right? So that's what God's plan is to you, of course, a cycle of life. We we are here, we're adults, and we have children, and the cycle continue. But what do we do with them? And how is it done? That is very important, right? And we can agree, of course, 90% of the time that we don't know or it just don't look like a blessing. Come in and go. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Okay, come right. So this is regardless of planning. We end up with them regardless of sometimes we plan. But very few of us get to plan. For a lot of us, it is not surprise. You're going to be a parent. And regardless of whether it is from medical intervention or not, life just does not exist without God allowing it, right? And now we can all agree that it is a gift from God and it is our calling. So let's look at our base scripture for today, which is from Proverbs 22, verses 6. And we can read together. If Kashif could bring it up for me. I think that is our third slide. But Proverbs 22, verses 6. Train up a child in the way he should grow, and when he is old, he will not depart. were born, he knew that he knew of the child we would have and when they would be born and all that would take place during your life and your child's life, right? And he's saying, train them up in the way that they should grow. But the question is, do we really know the way? That's a question that everyone has to ask themselves and a question that we have to answer honestly. Do we know the way? Because this is what will take us to our blessing. We're going to have to seek God for the way, right? And whether you're Christians or not, we a little. God gave us something to do called parenting, where we instinctively take on servitude to the child or the children that we have, even before they are born. As a mother, a pregnant mother, oftentimes you find yourself not liking something or wanting something that you wouldn't like, and you have to yield to that, or you're going to feel sick and all of that. So we find ourselves in servitude to these children even before they are born. Then he gives us an order to raise them up the way they should grow. Then for it to work according to his will and purpose, we have to seek him for the way. His words say, if we seek, we shall find him. That's from Jeremiah 29, verses 12 to 13. Kashif, can we have that slide, please? No? All right. Kashif, we'll go to our video. We have a video from Rachel. It is Rachel's little, what should you call it? Her little testimony of her parenting journey. Watch for a moment, and then we will hear how Rachel find a blessing in parenting.
Just as a mother who wanted to honor God's order, with the special gift of parenting precious children that He gave to me. What was important was realizing that He entrusted me to take care of a whole human being, who also had a purpose in God's plan, and I didn't want to ruin that, which led me to seek Him concerning this child I have no idea what to do with. And so, for every time that it felt crazy and heavy, I'd stop and seek God for His way, in the situations, which worked a dependency in my heart on Him. It brought forward my deficiency as a human being, with big responsibilities, such as being a parent. His faithfulness worked gratitude in my heart, but then I realized that I was really only going to Him when I needed help, and I didn't want to use Him anymore, which caused me to seek Him to change my life. Then I realized life was just filled with heartache and pain, and did not make sense without Him, so I started to seek Him to save my soul, and I'm a living testimony today that He showed up every single time. So parents, if you're not saved, this to me is the first blessing of being selected by God to be a parent. Only Him could allow you to conceive and bring forth your child. For saved parents, after I got saved, the fact that God guided me in being a good parent, that allowed me to see and understand God as my Father, which is a blessing and strength to my salvation. And there goes another blessing. I found salvation seeking
But then she said that being a parent, the parent that God led her to be, taught her to understand God as a father, which encouraged her own salvation. So you see how we got to the blessing that parenting is. It is a blessing which God lays before us, but we often do not notice. We don't get to notice the blessing because we don't know how to do it, or we think we're doing it the right way and we get flustered. and all of that. So we have come to the agreement with the fact that parenting is a blessing, and we'll move on to what our role is as parents. So Proverbs 13, verses 24. He that spareth his rod hateth his son, but he that loveth him chasteneth him betimes. Betimes there means early. I never understood what that was. Can we have the other side, Kashif? As we look at it, it looks a little graphic, but it is what it is. So when we refuse to chasten our children, this is a father walking away, doing his own thing, the baby crawling into fire. Right? It look graphic, don't it? But in fact, that's really what we do. What we do is when we refuse or we don't get the fact that that's the way, we have to train up our children God's way. We have to train them up to see God's face in peace, train them up to ultimately become saved, because we do not know, just like we don't know when we're going to die, we often hope and anticipate and plan that our children would bury us. You know, they are the ones that would come to our funerals and not the other way around. But in our days, we have seen the absolute opposite of that. And when we neglect to train them up in according to God's standard, according to God's principles, then unfortunately, we're leading them to the fire. We're allowing them to go to the fire. And that is why we have to make sure that as parents, we fulfill that purpose in seeking God and carrying out his plan for the child's life. You can go up, Clement. Okay. All right, so though our natural roles are to provide and to protect shelter for our children, that's not where it stops or even where it starts. It begins with growing the child to reverence God and ends with ensuring that as a parent, that we have placed our children on the correct path, and that is the path to righteousness. And to maintain a guidance on that path, that's relatively easy training for both the parent and the child when the parent is not being a hypocrite. and hypocrisy or being a hypocrite may sound strong, but really and truly being an hypocrite is expecting something that you are not able to fulfill, or you are preaching something that you're not doing, you're not willing to do. You don't regard that in your own heart. And Mark 7 verses 6 says it this way. It says, he answered and said unto them, well hath Isaiah prophesied for you hypocrites, as it is written, this people honoreth me with their lips, but their hearts is far from me. So it's saying that the people honor God with their lips. They speak the things that sounds well to speak, but their heart is actually far from God. And oftentimes as parents, we do that with our children. And I asked Mary, of course, what a hypocrite is. And Mary said, a hypocrite is someone who pretends to embrace the principles, beliefs, and emotions of the faith of Christ, but their behavior speaks otherwise. They may claim to honor God with their lips, but their hearts are far from him. They may teach the truth from the Bible, but their actions contradict their own message, leading others astray. Hypocrites reject the commandments of God to follow their own traditions. Their worship, preaching, teaching, or praise is in vain and will not profit them. Ultimately, hypocrites face eternal damnation, and that reference is from Mark 7, verses 6 to 7. So it's evil to scold our child because they're following an example that we've laid before them. They may have seen us gossip And gossip can be something that is so subtle, right, Simone? The child may end up seeing you telling someone something about somebody else, and you see your child doing the same thing, and you know it's wrong. You know that it is wrong, and so you're going to scold the child for gossiping. But that's evil because that's the example that you've laid before the child. It's also selfish to refrain from those things if it's something that the child should be scolded for. A perfect example is will scold us for sinning, right? But that's because he doesn't sin. He doesn't sin, so he is able to scold us for sinning. Here's an excerpt from our Lifesavers Manual. Most child discipline training isn't really training the child. That's the easy part. Most child training will be for you, the parent. Excellent child training is at least 2/3 training the parents. The easy part is working it out with the child. Let's pause for a moment and think about that. Let it sink in a little. So we're parents, right? And parenting is often a mirror. Why? Because we see our little people, the very people that came from us, or a little person doing things that we would do. Or let's say they're not doing anything that we would do, but we would see them doing something, or we would come upon situations in our parenting experience or journey where we're realizing things about ourselves. We're realizing that I should not have done that this way, or maybe I need to consider another way. Or we just realize that we're really making a mess of things, because there are often times that's a fact. We would realize that I don't like how I handle that situation. Right, but we refrain from training ourselves. But I believe I can put an umbrella over the different reasons why we refrain from the training is because it's selfishness. It is selfish that you would see the need to change for the sake of the very people that you say you love. Again, these are people that comes from us. These are our children, but we refuse to change. One factor may be a lack of knowledge, but each of us, by the time that we get to our reproductive stage, we would have had sufficient disciplinary experiences and encounters which we would know because God has furnished us with our conscience to know right from wrong. And if we allow our conscience, it will steer us the correct way. It will steer us the right way. But we don't do what we know we should do because we are selfish, right? And we actually do know when we're spoiling these children. What is funny is the child is spoiled, and you know that you're spoiling the child, and somebody may say, "No, you should have let Johnny do so and so," and you get upset. And you know what us Jamaicans say? But I don't want nobody to shout them out from a picnic. So you know what we start to do? We start to avoid that person with the child. We don't go around them. And oftentimes I see where the child is kept from socializing, and that's because you're not taking or not willing to take not willing to take the time now to dissect you, to dissect the situation and to fix the situation. So it is easier to just, shove the child in the corner, shove the situation in the corner. Let us not deal with that right now, right? Well, as I said before, that's selfishness, and under that umbrella, we may find parents refusing to discipline their child because of the big I, the big word I. She's too cute, and I don't want her to feel that where she's too cute or he's too cute, and I don't like to hear him cry. The big I, which becomes which becomes the resolve a lot of parents make. Like I'm just not going to do it. I don't want him to cry. Let him stay. Let him come. And although crying, and I'm at crying because the rearing starts early, right? I don't want him crying, and though crying is inevitable, it is even required to prove life at birth, right? Although that is inevitable, we refuse to just look, the baby, not wrong with the baby is fed, the baby is dry, the baby not having any discomfort, but as soon as the baby rattle a little, we take up the baby. And the baby get accustomed to the hand and stuff like that. But let me tell you a little secret. That is not really a secret. There is something called manipulation, and it is actually a skill of surviving in life. And the trees, if you notice plants, if there's a taller plant in front of it and it can't reach the sun, guess what it does? It bends out of its way because it's trying to reach the sun, right? So if for the little ants, if there's something in their way and they're trying to get to somewhere, they go around it, right? But guess what? Our little babies were born with that skill. They were born, if you ever notice, a baby have a different cry for everything. Right? So they have that skill, and it is simply a survival skill. And unfortunately, manipulation is seen from a malicious standpoint, which is why we don't even consider that the baby manipulating me, you know? But it is not just malicious. And though that's a common association of the word, the base meaning, according to the Oxford Dictionary, is to handle or control a tool, mechanism, information, etc., skillfully, in a skillful manner. In simple terms, it means to get something done. That's all that manipulation is. So mommies and daddies, Uncle Craig, manipulation is a strong innate skill in our newborn babies. Crying is their mode of communication. And so they cry for what they want or don't want, right? And every baby has a different cry. As I said, every baby has a different cry for something else. They have the and them have the you know when you hear that cry, oh, he's wet. When you hear that cry, you know that that baby doesn't want anything. You know that baby just wants hand, right? But but if we dwell on how cute the baby is and how we feel when the baby is crying, right? Even though we're clear that the baby is fed, the baby is dry, the baby is not feeling any discomfort, but we proceed to yield that thing to the child when they cry to soothe our displeasure. That's the unfortunate part. It is to soothe our displeasure because we don't want to hear the crying. Or like I said, the baby is too cute, so I don't want to see my cute baby cry. But at this point, we are really aware that we're spoiling the child. But like I said before, we are strong in that resolve. But this is where the advice of Proverbs 22 verses 15 is applied. And we may read that together. Kashif, is there another slide for Proverbs 22 verses 15? All right, we're going to go ahead of Kashif. But Proverbs 22 verses 15 says that foolishness is bound in the heart of a child, but the rod of correction shall drive it far from him. And I know we're using strong words like discipline and rather correction and all of that, but it's not just whipping the child that we discipline them. And the rod of correction is not always a physical thing. It's not always a physical thing. It is laying foundation and principles and understanding why they're being laid, being disciplined enough as a person to carry out those principles that are laid, knowing why, knowing what the aim is, knowing what we're trying to accomplish in that child's life. But unfortunately, with the crying, all the things that we spoke of, and us picking up the baby every time, that interaction progresses and worsens throughout the child's life. Then as things becomes obviously out of hand, we see the absence of the necessary reinforcement. And we see things like the child being in the supermarket or wherever we may go. I see that often, very often now, more than before. Chad, stop it. Chad, I said to stop. Chad, I told you to stop, and Chad all over the place. Chad is everywhere. And it's sad because if you look at the mommy or the daddy, I more see it with mommies than daddies, unfortunately. But if you look at the parent at that time, they look embarrassed. They look embarrassed because why do I have this small person that I cannot control in a public space? We're still holding on, right? The umbrella of selfishness is still right there, right? Because why we can't control that small person is from the I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that, and I don't like this, and I don't like that. But as we stated earlier, parenting is 2/3 parent training, and the smaller portion is training the child. And why is it 2/3? We have to come to the agreement that we are not serving ourselves as parents. When we are in the boundaries of parenting, we're not serving ourselves. We are serving our children. We are serving their development. We are serving their strength of knowledge in dealing with the world. But as the child gets older, to maintain effective parenting, we are propelled to come to a higher discipline of our own selves, and this is where things get real. Right, Auntie Chrissy? This is where things get real. So remember now, life is life, It's rough, food expensive, the child don't have any manners. I will always say that people don't have no manners and I can't bother, right? But let's pause and be real for a moment. Usually this is where the children are our mirror, right? They are, let's say they're about 5 now, and they do something. And you'd look and you'd say, that's something I would do. That's something I would do. And sometimes we may scold a child, but sometimes I believe that is what cause you to laugh. When you really look and you see that that's something that I would do. If you do laugh, then this is where introspection begins. If this is really and truly something that this child should not be doing, but I would do it, I need to change for the child. Yes, they're always going to try and tip the scale because this is usually, well, they're going to always try and tip the scale. Like I said, they are going to try to manipulate. They're always going to try to get their way. But this is usually where the anchor of discipline, which is laid at foundation, will either hold or there is nothing to hold on to. And this is why, as I said earlier, it is necessary to start at a younger stage. Of course, we're not going to be rigid with a baby, but we're considering what we are laying in place. We're considering the route as we see or prepare for the child's future for that toddler stage and that preteen stage and stuff like that. They are developing their own personalities and their own behavior, but yes, oftentimes they're mirroring us. So where you allow your child to be offensive, and I see this so often, disrespectful or spiteful to someone else because they don't like that person, you know what that is training the child to be? That's training the child to be disrespectful. That's training the child to be spiteful, right? And this is often found. I find these situations in or extended family homes or where there is a co-parenting situation. I don't like him father or I don't like his mother. So I would watch that child because I don't like this person. Be disrespectful. Encourage it sometimes. But you know, there's a silence is consent where we don't encourage it, but we don't do anything about it. That is letting the child believe that it is okay to be this way. But what we have done when we allow that sort of thing is to open up a door to ourselves as the parent, as the person we're supposed to be, the disciplinarian for that child to be disrespectful to us, to be spiteful to us, to be vindictive to us. We may not see them doing that thing now. That we may not see them doing that now, or even in a relatively similar situation, but it may happen further down the road, or the worst part of it is to them, that is a lifetime pass that you gave them. It's okay to be disrespectful. So maybe they don't even do it until they're, let's say, 12 or 13. They remember that. To them, it is a lifetime pass that you gave them. And they are not going to let it go. And this principle is applied to anything wrong that you may allow the child to do or thing you may do in the presence of the child. And this is how we are seeing how we are disciplining ourselves. And this is how we see if we don't discipline ourselves, we're either going to be a hypocrite to the child or we're going to refuse to train the child. So some of these things may be, and dating may be a sensitive thing, but because you think you're living a personal life, right? You think if you may, dating, for example, you as a single, and I'm using a single parent for the dating. So you may think you're living your personal life and you're dating and that date don't work out, so you're dating and you're dating someone else and you're just very open with it in the presence of that child. Unfortunately, you may not be doing anything but going out to know the person, right? But to that child, mommy or daddy has different friends that they're dating. Mommy or daddy have different close friends or different intimate friends that they're dating. So it's okay for me to do that. It may be anything at all. Like I mentioned earlier, it may be the conversations that we have in the presence of the child. The child may see you stealing, and it may not be anything big, It may not be anything big. It may be something very small. Maybe their snack. You may have taken their snack without their permission, or they find you tiptoeing because you don't want them to see you eating it. But the consciousness that we have to maintain is that we are in their lives to set example. So do you know what time it is there? And I've used the word several times. It is time for introspection, right? This is something my child see me doing. hold yourself accountable, then fix what you have been displaying before your child. This is a point where most parents or child relationship starts to deteriorate or the child's behavior spiral out of control. Why? Why you think that happens? Why you think the child behavior is going to spiral out of control or the relationship is going to deteriorate? We can answer. You can tell me why. Why, Susan, why you think the child behavior will spiral out of control at this point? They've been seeing you doing things, but you proceed to scold them. Why do you think that would happen? Yeah. Mhm. Exactly. She said children live what they learn. And they're going to ultimately say, mommy does it, daddy does it, so why can't I do it? So that's the behavior spiraling out of control. But where the where the parent-child behavior deteriorates is where the child realize that you're scolding them for something that they have seen you done. It doesn't matter how small they are, all of us know when we're not being treated fairly, right? And so they move whether they can um, physically move against that act or internalize it. So sometimes we say, oh, he doesn't speak, or his behavior is this or that way. Oftentimes it's things like that they're battling. They're battling, how do I uh, go around this situation? How do I fix this? How do I manipulate this one? And then that is where we see manipulation being malicious, because now they are trying to redeem themselves sometimes, or just fix the situation. And like I said before, but this is a time where we need to discipline ourselves, but we choose not to, or we either build the rebellion, like I mentioned before, in the child, or arrogance and a lack of accountability. So remember, we're teaching the children now, everything is teachable. So if the child see where, and oftentimes they'd say, mommy, I don't like this, or why I have to do it like that, dependent on what how they communicate. Mama, why you have to do this like that, or daddy, why I have to do this like that? And they don't see us doing anything to to mend that way about us. And so we build a rebellion in the children that way, because now you're telling me to do something that you wouldn't do, or you're scolding me for something that I see you doing. And so they internalize that, and like I said, it becomes malicious, it becomes hateful sometimes, and they will lash out. Which brings us to the next thing under the umbrella of selfishness. This is the refusal to be adults. We never know that, right? We didn't know that we refuse to be adults when we refuse to discipline ourselves when we're training children, but we do. So here we are as adults throwing tantrums because, right, we're supposed to be at a place where we can discipline this child for throwing tantrum, right? But we are not at that place, so we are throwing tantrums. That's exactly what it looked like. We're throwing tantrums when we're supposed to have ourselves at a place to be able to scold our children for tantrums that they throw. Introspection can be hard, especially for someone who is not saved. To admit that I have some real ugly ways that I need to change after you've been living with those ways for so long and you feel, I'm good, there's nothing wrong with me, and I'm a bag of chips and more. But then you have a situation immediately in front of you that is showing you just who you are and how you are. And you see the or little person doing those things and the stuff like that. But this also measures how self-absorbed we are. Like you say yourself, but you don't want to change because I've been saying I'm good. I think I'm good. No, nobody, nobody has a problem with me. But you're actually in that moment having a problem with yourself that you're refusing to address. So before I go further, let me relate the characteristics of an adult, and this is courtesy of Google via e-learning industry. So, let's see, I can't see it here. Let me get out of the way. So, the characteristics are maturity, self-confidence, solid decision making, and are generally more practical, multitasking, purposeful, self-directed, experience, and less open-minded to change, or less open-minded and receptive to change. So those are the characteristics of an adult: maturity, self-confidence. But what are some of the things that brings us to that place? What brings us to the place of maturity is our experiences, acknowledging acknowledging the things that we see in these experiences about ourselves and the need for change. We'd learn from them, and then we'd grow from them. We'd become mature from these things. But oftentimes, we are supposed to go through life experiencing, and those experiences are supposed to change us. We should be, right? We should be going through them and changing. And I'm going to replace we maybe to should be, maybe changing, we may be going through changing, but I'm replacing maybe to should be. Because more often than not, we do not allow our experiences to teach and mature us. We instead remain in rebellion against them. And we'd see why we see our children rebelling, because we're rebellious. We're rebellious against life lessons. We're rebellious against the fact that these situations are allowed in our lives to change us. And we don't move, we don't grow. Right? We're actually refusing to grow as an individual, which subsequently prevents us from accepting all our responsibilities as adults. Some of these responsibilities are parenting. So we have a scripture. Okay, so where our children are concerned, they are our most fragile and greatest responsibility. We're supposed to be cultivating and maintaining healthy and necessary boundaries. We've instead destroyed and villainized these boundaries. And we're supposed to be guiding and nurturing. We're instead misleading and corrupting. And some of the ways that we villainize these things. Oh, here's our scripture. I'm not able to see from where I am. We're going to the scripture coming. So Titus 22 Titus 2 verses 2 to 3. That the older men be sober, reverent, temperate, sound in faith, in love, in patience. The older women, likewise, that they be reverent in behavior, not slander, not giving too much wine, teachers of good things. We're supposed to be sober, right? We're supposed to be temperate sounding. Do you know what temperate is? Temperate is not doing something that we know we shouldn't do. Temperate is knowing how to refrain from something. So we're supposed to be these things as adults. And we're supposed to be these things so that we can guide the younger ones to these things. But if we refuse to change when we see that we need to change, we would not have developed what we need to develop in our character to take our younger women and our younger men to the place where they need to be. And we see a lot of things, unruly children. We made reference to the scenario in the supermarket, and we see, we have a slide of, a news slide, newspaper slide of a situation. Kashif, can we have that slide? We have a newspaper slide. I particularly want to read that news because it to avoid our own character development lead to things like these. This is an actual news. This is a snippet from, I think, last year. And the headline reads, "Son allegedly kills mother and father in Portmore." And it says residents have been left in shock after a mother and father were killed allegedly by their son. That's unfortunate, right? And we think that this is so far from home. These things will never happen. My sweet, sweet Johnny, no, sir. But if we don't develop temperance in ourselves, then we can't teach that to our child, to our children. If we don't develop a maturity and a sobriety against the influences in our culture, in our society, the things that they see, then we cannot teach that to our children. If there's another slide, Kashif, of a slide of the sister paying to kill the sister. I think it is before that one. But if we do not teach our children the necessary discipline, and this is how far discipline goes, it's not just, oh, because we want them to behave in public, right? Sibling squabbles, that's what those things ultimately lead to. Let's look at the last characteristic of being an adult. I believe that one said that being less open-minded to change. Is it that we shouldn't change? Or, something is wrong with change? No. Change is inevitable with the progression of time, and we have seen and appreciated a lot of change, right? And we can acknowledge that these things make life easier than it used to be. But we have also seen changes that have ruined and continues to ruin our generation. Do you know what that main change continues to be? Who knows? Who knows what change we're experiencing, Auntie Lorna? Well, development, yes. But you know what the real change is? The real change is a lack of reference for God. That's the real change, and it is unfortunate. And you may be wondering why so much God is in this presentation about parenting and disciplining our child. Because we cannot trick ourselves. There's no way around it. There is no way around the development of a child that God gave you. Absolutely no way. And that is why we have so many changing situations. Because of a lack of reference, we are not able now to maintain basic, and I say basic. Being outside is not anything nice. It's not, it's, you don't want to just go outside anymore because we see a lust for moral standard. You know, simple things you'd hear. There was a time when you would not hear children swearing. As a matter of fact, in preparing for this presentation, Uncle Craig, I was looking for one of those videos with the child being unruly. They can't be played. The babies are swearing. The babies are swearing. And that's unfortunate. But because of we have lost reverence for God, then we can't even maintain moral standards, which grows from a lack of reference for God and his instituted ways for parenting. And that is why there is I have so much scriptures referencing God, because we have to, and like Rachel mentioned, we have to see God for the way he's going to keep pushing us into the way. He's going to, if we continue, I've never ever experienced a time in my entire life seeking God for something and he doesn't come forward with the way. I've never experienced that. And to think of something that he gave you to do. He gave you a whole human being to raise up. You think if you go and you say, boy, Father God, I don't know how to do this now. Or you be very honest with him and tell him, I don't know what I'm doing. It doesn't seem to be working out. That he's not going to come forth with the way. God is not like that, you know. But as we lose our morals, we see things like, Kashif, can we see that slide? we see so many things, breakdown of values in our society, and it's so much around us. It's so much around us. It's not any little thing that we can overlook, that we can say, it will pass. No, it's not passing. We're actually seeing these things getting worse. The slide I'm referencing, Kashif, is the one with the young man bleaching. So as we wait on that slide, we'll discuss this. So we see things like our young men destroying their pigment. And it is very critical that the men, when I see this, it is very critical to me. You know why? Men are supposed to be strong. They're supposed to be fervent in standards. They're supposed to be fervent in their ways. They're not supposed to be vain. And when I see a man can move, I don't have a self-care routine because it takes too much. And when I can see a man being devoted to changing his skin tone, to look at the vast difference in the skin tones, that's only per shades lighter. But this comes from, like I mentioned before, a breakdown in our moral values. This comes from this young man. Can we see the other side with the older young man, with the older man? But this comes from him seeing the adult, because this is a young man. I think he was still in high school here. But then as we wait on that other slide, there are older men that they see. Look at this man. It is sad to me. It is sad to me that a man can destroy his pigment. be the in thing, right? Our society is so lacking in sobriety. It is filled with gimmicks and so much that consciousness, for you to be a conscious person, it is awe-inspiring. Because our culture, and I can speak to our culture because I'm here, I'm seeing it, I'm experiencing it. Everything is a joke, nothing is serious, nothing is considering the consequence. So when someone is conscious, when someone is firm in their belief, it is awe-inspiring and far-fetched. And it is so far-fetched that sometimes a younger person would say an older person, not necessarily very much older, maybe 5 years, you know, and they want to be like her so much because she's so different. And, she don't follow the crowd. She's circumspect. That's a word that is not used. I hardly ever hear that word. But she's circumspect. That describes her character. And a younger person who is not circumspect sees that and wants to pattern that. But because of how our society is lacking sobriety, do you know how long it takes for that young lady to come up to just to be circumspect? Because her greater influence doesn't have that around. Because maybe her influence that immediately surround her looks like the one of the men bleaching. Now, be honest with ourselves. Who is going to take a bleaching man serious? And I agree with you, but I agree with you, but I don't know if you heard earlier, I meant, because yes, it is that bad when a woman bleaches, like, why? But it is so much worse for a man to do it. Women get so caught up with their image and their skincare. And listen, a man must take the time to take care of himself and, look presentable and all that. But it is a complete different move to want to change your image. Right? So I don't understand it, but that is what is around, that is what influenced them. And it is hard for her to come up to that. And it is not anything hard, she just don't see her over there so with the bag of friends at school. Or she don't see her getting caught in a lot of trouble and she wants to be like her. That may just be it. Because she's concerned with the fact that why I always get in trouble. But Anna not getting in trouble. Why do I have these friends? But Anna don't have those friends. It may simply be those things. But because of what is in her immediate sphere of influence, or what dominates more in our influence, it's hard for her to come up to Anna just not getting in trouble. Right? So, like I was mentioning, our culture is so lacking sobriety that is far-fetched and seem awe-inspiring to someone who would acknowledge that they need to change or acknowledge that consciousness and the need for it. Because sometimes you'd say something very simple, like since we were on the topic of bleaching men, and you may say to someone who is actually bleaching that you shouldn't be doing that, You're going to damage your melanin, your skin. You're damaging your skin, and they may agree. They may tell you, yes, it's true. And they may even tell you that they don't know why they're doing it. But then they can't bring themselves to stop. Right? But do you know what the main influence in all this is? In the change that we see, the negative change, the bleaching men, the children killing their parents or killing their sibling. It is that word that we started with when we came to this topic, which was hypocrisy, right? And as I've said earlier, children may start small, so they are small people, but they are by no means stupid people. And it is unfortunate that people in general may feel like because they have more knowledge or they're better able to articulate something or they're older than the younger person or the person with less knowledge is stupid. But inside, they're able to see. They may not be able to verbally articulate what they're experiencing, but consciously, they know that something is wrong. And if they don't know, they just find themselves doing the wrong thing. And then a mother saw the child at school call every day, because why him thieving the people and pitney things? And this may not be because that child is seeing anybody thieving anything, but it is just a plea for help because something is going on inside emotionally and he seeks attention, and that's the way he gets the attention. And school frustrated with him, and the mother tired because I left school long time, so why may I have to come school every day, right? But this is because you as a parent have been a hypocrite to either be scolding a child for something that he's not doing, that he has done, that he saw you doing, you refusing to discipline yourself so that your child can have you as an example to pattern. But you are the one getting frustrated with the end result of that child lacking the requisite discipline to perform at school. See how basic it starts? And it is unfortunate because, like I mentioned earlier, we do create rebellion in our children this way by just not taking consideration of what we do and what we say, right? So to wrap this up, we have basically decided, and this meaning we're still under the umbrella of the I and the selfishness. And remember, we're still looking why we are parent training, because we still don't get to the children yet. But to wrap this up, we've decided to let the child do what they want to do. You know, let them remain, do what they want to do, and we remain in our comfort zone. That I'm okay with myself. And I can't bother discipline a pitney and all of that. Even if we realize that it will ruin the next generation. And don't be deceived. It gets worse. You know how they would say, you know how they say old people are stuck in their ways? These parents that are not disciplining the child, because so parenting comes to, and it is going to change you. It is supposed to change you for you to train your child. But you're refusing that training. This is how old people get stuck in their ways. They're not sweet to be around. They're hard to deal with, and it is like dealing with a big child. A big child that has refused the discipline of themselves. You know, it wasn't so long ago that people would make an effort to not use profanity in the presence of children. It really wasn't so long ago, but now they don't care. And then the poor babies, them just spew it out like it is nothing at all. They just spew it out like it is nothing at all. And this is all because we want to live our best lives. And we're not about to discipline any child. And discipline is easier to receive when administered in love by the person who is an example of the thing or things that we are trying to discipline that child in. It is easier to receive. You think about it. Auntie Reg, I come and tell you that. Auntie Reg, you should wear your blue shirt like that. But I have on my blue shirt like that. Immediately you're going to look at me, but why? Look at you. That's the same way you're wearing it. Right? And if you think of a motive that would make you move to telling somebody to not do something that you're doing, it doesn't make sense. You may just want to talk, or you just love to sit things and talk about it, or you just have we in Jamaica call it bad-minded ways, and we just and what I'm saying is that there is a negative motive to be telling somebody to not do something that you're doing. And so like I said earlier, it is easier to receive that, because if I'm coming to tell you that I'm not wearing the blue blouse and I'm not wearing it that way, but my blouse may be tucked in and it looks nice, and you look over and you see it and you say, yeah, I can agree with you, that's a better way, right? And then you're going to consider, so she like me, she looking out for me, And that's the love, and you receive that, and then it is easier for you to now follow that. It's the same thing in our children. It is the absolute same thing in our children. It is easier for them to receive our discipline in the way that we do it, in the love, in us being an example of that thing that we want them to change. Right? So, do we see how parenting is really 2/3 parent training, and then of course the rest is easy? Another way that we villainize these boundaries as parents is through a structure or a lack thereof called permissive parenting. Now, this is very funny to me, because I did not know that there are so many parenting styles. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. But permissive parents are highly responsive to their children, but do not provide structure in terms of discipline. While these parents are warm and loving, they indulge children without setting rules or limits. They may appear more like friends than parents, because they often fail to establish consequences or punishment for misbehavior. We have seen a lot of those parenting styles. For example, the child in the supermarket, right? And then it's mentioned they would appear to be friends, because as they get older, that particular parent may decide, I might as well join them. Which is, whether or not, that's really what is done. But that style of parenting is often confused a lot with the term gentle parenting. And by parents.com's explanation, is a peaceful. Now, as soon as I read this, I had a problem. A peaceful, we training children, are we at war? But it says that it's a peaceful, positive style of parenting, which then suggests that there are negative styles of parenting. But it's a peaceful, positive style of parenting that is very different from that of the previous generations of parents. It is but one of many styles of parenting out there, from authoritative to permissive to free range and conscious. There are seemingly more variation than a burnt out parent can count. And listen, I couldn't have said it any better than they did. There are way too much parenting styles. Hence the confusion, which actually looks to me like avoidance. So when you start devising different things here and there, you're trying to get to something, right? But and the aim is to discipline the child or the lack thereof according to permissive parenting. But gentle parenting is actually in agreement with disciplining the child, but the way they go about it is absolutely different. And to me, it looks like avoidance. So we secretly, oftentimes, don't want to discipline the children. And I do say secretly because a lot of times you see them doing something rude. They have a little smart mouth, as they call it. And we think it is cute when they're little. And I often see people posting that and laughing about it. And then we justify that with the personal desire of telling ourselves that they will be able to defend themselves. This is us training children, right? They'll be able to defend themselves. And so instead of the necessary discipline of saying, no, we should not say that way, we should consider how the person that we're speaking to would feel if you said that way, instead of whatever. And like I said earlier, there is always something to teach at the point of discipline or the need of discipline. So it doesn't have to always be, I'm going to beat you, or even the naughty corner for that matter. It can simply be a conversation about why it should not be done. And a strong one, strong because you're not laughing about it, you're not letting them feel like it is light. It's a firm conversation about why this should not be done. But because it is gratifying to us sometimes, we decide that we're not, we're not going to do it. I like when them sassy. I like when they're sassy. Someone told me, I love when little girls are sassy. Them can defend themselves, right? But we are training children, and this is also the void of instilling temperance and self-control in a child. So remember, when we looked at the characteristics of being an adult, it included temperance. But when we see our children doing something wrong, we are preventing that child from learning temperance when we decide to not say that is wrong and you should not do it, right? But let's look at gentle parenting. Kashif, can we have that clip of what it sounds like? Not that one, Kashif, the one with the mother on the plane. We're not hearing.
stronger, bigger, or in authority over them, they need to blindly obey no matter what. So when aunt or uncle asshat decide to sexually abuse your child because they're bigger, stronger, and in authority, your child is not likely to speak up. They've been taught they can't defend themselves. They've been taught that they can't show their emotion. If they do, they get in trouble. Children who are taught to obey blindly and instantly, without any question, are not obeying out of love. They are obeying out of fear. And some of you might be thinking, that's right, I put the fear of God in my child. If you ever had a micromanaging boss, you might do what you're asked because you're fearful of losing your job. Maybe you're dependent on the pay, but you certainly aren't obeying out of respect. The reason I choose to give my daughter grace and respect is because I want to raise a leader, not a follower. As she gets older, she'll learn that her voice matters. She'll learn that she can speak up for herself. Teaches them as if someone is stronger, bigger, or in authority over them, they need to blindly obey no matter what. So when aunt or uncle asshat decide to sexually abuse your child because they're bigger, stronger, and in authority, your child is not likely to speak up. They've been taught they can't defend themselves. They've been taught that they can't show their emotion. If they do, they get in trouble. Children who are taught to obey blindly and instantly, without any question, are not obeying out of love. They are obeying out of fear. And some of you might be thinking, that's
like she was rambling a lot, but the basis of what she is saying is if you teach your child to obey blindly, you're teaching them to subject themselves to danger, right? That's what she's saying, and she make mention to you're driving the rod of correction in your child. No, you're driving the fear of the Lord in your child is what she said. So two things. She's opposing first the fear of the Lord, which is absolutely necessary to parenting. And two, she really doesn't understand what would be needed for a child to obey a parent blindly. It is very necessary for a child to be able to obey their parent blindly. I could see this child going to something that is dangerous. The child is not able to see that it is dangerous, and I say, stop, come now. If he turns around and come, that's blind obedience. But what is needed for blind obedience is love and trust. If my child trusts me, he's going to obey me. If my child knows that I love him, he's going to obey me when I say, stop, come now. He's going to realize that there's something that he's heading towards that is dangerous for him to continue going to. And again, like I said, what would prevent that trust from being in a parent-child relationship is that same big H, hypocrisy. How can I trust you, mommy? How can I trust you, daddy, if the things that you're telling me not to do, I see you doing them, I hear you saying them, I see you encouraging them by the friends that you keep. And this is how fast parenting becomes, because now it takes into consideration what you think to be your personal life. Your life is not personal anymore. It now includes you and that person that you're raising. And we have to be very mindful of the environment that we have around them, because those things will determine whether I, as a person, and we tend to forget that children, the child is a person. And as a person, we are naturally thinking. We are naturally working out the way things work in our minds. It doesn't matter how small or big we are. And if he's able to say, something is wrong with that, then that is teaching the child that I cannot trust you. Can we have the other side, Kashif? But before that side comes, that's really why gentle parenting came about, and as the definition stated, is that it is going against the ways of the previous generation. And later we'll get to why our parents now would be trying to avoid the ways of our previous generation. But she does not understand the need or how we come to what is required, what is requisite in being a parent that your child is able to trust. We're waiting on the other side. Uh, I believe it is the one with the mother telling the other mother, not the one in the plane, the other one. All right, let us get the one with the mother in the plane, please.
Excuse me, your kid's kicking my seat.
Tatum Channing, can you show me gentle feet? Gentle feet like we're at the pool?
Okay, he's still kicking my seat though.
Okay, but he's doing gentle feet. So let's try to encourage that positive action.
I'm nauseous.
Ma'am, your son is swinging from the oxygen masks.
Oh, he's just exploring his environment.
Stay curious, buddy. Stay curious. Tatum, the man is asking if you want pretzels or you want Cheez-Its. Do you mind raising your words and not your voice? He wants to know if you have Annie's organic fruit snacks.
He's pelting his Hot Wheels at my face.
Oh, we just enrolled him in a youth sports intramural basketball team. So he's just exhibiting those skills. Slam dunk, bud. Absolute basket.
Take cover! My eye! Can you give him an iPad or something?
Okay, first of all, he's already reached his daily screen time limit of 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
To whoever's kid has been screaming for 3 hours nonstop, I'm literally about to crash this plane.
Please crash it!
Well, maybe if you all tried leading with empathy.
Ma'am, respectfully, shut up!
It's okay, buddy. I think the pilot is having a really big feeling. When there's turbulence in the air, there's going to be turbulence in your toddler.
Toddler? What is he, 8?
He's 9.
These things actually happen though, right? So we see her busying herself with other things, a child misbehaving, bothering everybody else, pilot about to crash the plane. We see her making excuses for the child. We see her with terms such as gentle feet as opposed to say stop. As opposed to teaching that child to consider the person that he's disturbing. This lady paid for a flight and she can't sit. How much for a ticket now, Uncle Craig? How much? A lot of money. And she cannot sit and enjoy the flight because of someone else's child that parent clearly is not able to control. But she realized that she's not able to control the child, and so she makes excuses. She tries to busy herself with other things. Other persons are bearing the consequences of her lack of parenting her child. And we see these things every day, everywhere. Honestly, when I see them, like I find myself pausing a lot to wonder, did I have to do that? Did I ever had to do that? And the answer would be no. The answer would be no, and that is why would seem so foreign to me. Because why are children out of control, especially in public? And the parent is avoiding the parent is avoiding parenting, and the list of confusion goes on as the child, more and more. Here is the thing. So that child is misbehaving, and you may have a quiet little one. one is doing and may not do anything in the moment, you know. But you see that child at home one day doing exactly what you said. The officers' interaction. Can we have that one? I want us to see how close to home all these negative effects of not raising your child with the necessary discipline, how it affects others and widely our society and even the other generations to come. The video I'm making mention to Kashif is the video with the police officer who was speaking to the 6-year-old child.
Like a man. And we start a little conversation. And so I ask him what he knows about lottery scamming. And this little boy was and talked to that little boy. I was surprised. That little 6-year-old boy reasoned like a man. And we start a little conversation. And so I ask him what he knows about lottery scamming. And this little boy was able to tell me everything. As a matter of fact, some of the most useful information that I got about scamming, I mean about the game and how it operates and how it works, is from this little 6-year-old youth. Right? He all give me a demonstration by putting him hand on his ears and
hello, my name is George Thompson, calling from Mega Millions. I am calling you because you are the winner of $5 million.
No, people, when me hear this little boy demonstrate to me how the thing work, I could not believe it, right? And him start to tell me how the scammers them are able to convince some people. Him start to tell me, say, listen, Mr. Watson, when you ain't at the scamming thing, you have to also pay your dues. So I said to him, so what you mean pay your dues? So you mean, you don't know what I mean, Mr. Watson, you don't know what I mean pay your dues, right? Pay your dues means, say, you have to go to the Oberman and make sure you pay my money for him, give you a gathering and protect you, and you have to pay your dues on a regular basis, because if you don't pay your dues, you're going to lose your life. Right? This little boy was able to tell me of the amount of people who were dead because they not pay them dues to the Oberman. A 6-year-old youth me are telling about, you know. Me not joke, people. Him all tell me of a particular incident, somebody who him know personally. I know this man dead because he was a scammer who never paid them dues. And me not telling the story because probably if me telling the story, some people are going to figure out who this little boy is. So me don't want to expose him, but people, it's that little 6-year-old youth me I tell you about. I asked this little boy, so with all the way you say, do you still want to become a scammer? And him look for me and say, yes, sir. A scammer more want turn because as long as you pay your dues, you can make whole heap of money and you don't have to work. You just get your phone and you call and make a thing. Every day you can make a thing. People, I know somebody might have watched this video now and they must say, what a liar, man, no go so. I am serious, I am not joking. People, when I heard this, I had to sit down with this little youth for a little while and talk with him. I had to show him why lottery scamming was so wrong. I had to show him how it can impact him and his family. I had to let him know that people who get involved in the activities usually go jail and them usually lose everything, right? I had to convince him that police officers are there to save scammers' life and not to take with their life. I had to convince him that when I arrest a scammer, it's because I want to save him life, right? And at the end of the day, when me done talk to him, I look upon him and I say, you still want to scammer? And him look where and him say, no, me no want to scammer again, you know. So me say, you want to turn a police? Him say, yes, sir. So me say, So when you turn police, you go help me lock up the scammer them. You know, no, Mr. Watts, me not help you lock up the scammer. And that part was funny. How him saying no, him not lock up no scammer because apparently he had family members who were involved in lottery scamming.
On the anti-scam task force, and he ran a campaign against scamming in schools. And he was speaking to, what age is this child? 6. You imagine your baby going to school with this child and happen to be his friend. And then you may not know of the conversations, but your son turn up and grow up and decide that he wants to be a scammer. No, you don't have any scammers around your child. You don't like scamming. You don't care about it. You hate it. So why does my child want to be a scammer? Because the influence is in our schools, the school that we're sending our children, the friends that our children will have. And before we move to making these children a villain, the child that is sharing the information is only sharing information that was allowed to him for him to have by adults who are supposed to be training him. And unfortunately, we often ruin other children because we feel that we are protecting our child from them, and we state the obvious. They're bad, they have this influence, that influence, and the list goes on. But we too may have, in some way or the other, not disciplined our child in a particular character that needs to be disciplined in a particular situation that they need to understand, and they too might be sharing negative influence with their peers, which is why we're still focused on the need for parent training. You know, so because we are influencing each other, our children are influencing each other. And the question is now, what could so many parents be avoiding for all of this chaos to be taking place, all of this confusion, for so many parenting styles to be roaming about? We are avoiding discipline. We are avoiding discipline. I borrowed this definition from the Lifesavers Manual. As we have decided, we have identified earlier. All right, let's look at this slide as it comes. It says discipline, training that corrects, molds, or perfects the mental faculties or moral character, to train or develop by instruction and exercise, especially in self-control. Discipline is training that corrects. Discipline it molds our mental faculties. It causes us to be a certain way, right? So when we see our children act in a certain way, it is because of discipline or lack thereof. So as we identified earlier, discipline is hard work, because we have to discipline first to institute discipline without trauma. Which generations of parents were missing? So generations of parents missed that they needed to discipline themselves first. And because they missed that, as they moved to discipline, they also caused a lot of trauma. And this is what our current parents are avoiding, which is why we have things like gentle parenting, which is why the parent who referred that the child should not obey blindly would have been able to say that a aunt or uncle would be able to do something to the child that is wrong or hurtful because previous generations had experienced that. And so they now are trying to prevent their children from experiencing the same things that they're experiencing. And that is a result in the current confusing situation. God is the example and instructed the ways of parenting according to how he is. It's honestly not going to work any other way, as I've said earlier. And we have seen enough to conclude that we have made a mess of things. The things that we think we know, how we think they should be done, they have not been working. Sadly, all these parenting styles, they came about because at one point, someone decided to not train up the children the way they should grow. At one point, just like we had this mother in the skit saying, opposing the fear of the Lord. That began long ago at one point. Somebody decided that it was not necessary to do this, and now generations long after them are suffering and continue to suffer. And as we can see, this generation has clearly lost its way. And if this generation is lost, and every day babies are being born, what is going to happen? So from all the trauma that took place, a lot of us suffered all sorts of abuse. We were abused. If we are to be honest, if we really look at how, and let me say this first, our parents, most of us, don't have parents who intended to traumatize us or intended to abuse us. But as parents ourselves, we can agree that we are doing what seems to be right in the moment of doing it. So just like we are making mistakes, they made mistakes. And yes, it may have very crazy effect to the point that we are refusing now to train up the children. But we have to acknowledge where we are, why we are where we are, to fix it, right? We have to acknowledge that. We had, of course, coming up, we had, a lot of us had every adult, including our parent, abusing authority. So now authority has become a bad word, right? And some of us got beaten, and we can remember how many of us got beaten for things we didn't do when we're growing up, yes? And that, right? And that now has caused us to, or some of us, to not, what we have done basically is to throw the baby with the bathwater. So we have had our parents making their error, but and we know the negative feeling from it, but we're not really looking at how we have actually benefited from the fact that they aim to discipline us. We have not looked at that, and we we what that means is though is that we have not forgiven our parents, you know, because we have not forgiven them. We are still in offense with the things that the way that we were trained up. We did not take the time to look and say, but I am making what seems to be the best decision to me now. Maybe my mother or my father was doing the same thing. We're not considering that. We just remember that it didn't feel good, and I don't want that for my child. And so we have devised our own ways of parenting. We have devised our own style of parenting, and we end up with things like gentle parenting. We end up with things like permissive parenting. We end up with things like parents just not doing anything other than providing, and whatever wants to happen to the children happen. That's sad and that's unfortunate. Clement? Our parents may have even allowed some things to happen that shouldn't happen. And this, again, is why, as parents, we need to discipline our own self. We need to know when we need to have the strength of character to know when to step in. Sometimes it may look like school and say, no, this is not right. Sometimes, as I mentioned earlier, we may be in extended households and maybe arguments, maybe accusations. It may be from very small to extremely great things that are happening, but some of us may have experienced some of these things and our parents allowing them to happen, and they shouldn't. We were dealt with out of frustration, and the list goes on and on. Yet today, we're looking and agreeing on the fact that we don't know what we're doing, and we just don't have the right formula, right? So now it's time to work on correction. We have to start with forgiving our parents. A lot of us are still in rebellion against our upbringing and have been determined to not raise our children the same way, right? So let's look back. We got beaten because we got beaten for something that we didn't do. So we're not going to beat him. Even when I tell him 5 times to not touch a thing right there, a slap on the hand is not going to hurt the child. It's going to let him know that he's not to touch it. But now to us, beating has become, and I'm not talking about abusing, there is a difference. To know that has become something that, oh no, that will never happen in this household. My child will never experience that. We have decided that, oh, I will not speak sternly to my child. That may be because we were dealt with out of frustration. So now we're not able to identify the difference of being stern, right? So the list goes on and on and on, and nothing is wrong with making a decision of my child will not experience that. Nothing is wrong with making the decision of I don't want to do it this way, right? But if we choose to pick the good from the bad, we will not be abusive while we're being a disciplinarian, because that is still needed, right? And we just can't hold the way that our parents saw it fit to do it against them, to the point where we do not discipline our children, to the point where our children lose out on the benefit of discipline. So where we are now is we've acknowledged how we have come to where we are in our parenting journey, because it is the experience that we had before us. And we have seen, we can look now and see the decisions that we've made, right? But we too have the ability to make the necessary adjustments and correction. We know, as a matter of fact, has that ability to make the necessary adjustment and correction. And we will get to that when we decide that we are going to go to the drawing board, look what is wrong, look what is right, take the wrong away. We're going to discard, throw away the wrong things, and we're going to move forward with the right things, right? So on that note, though, we are going to take our first break. I do believe we're far past our first break time. But we're going to take our first break, and then when we come back, we will look at, after acknowledging and identifying these things, how do we move past these things to actually get to where we need to be, right? So you're on for your first break. welcome back from our break. We'll now continue with the foundation I'm still in. All right, so before we went for a break, we look at how we were parented and the generation before us and the effect that it has. We came to the conclusion that we must forgive to move on and change our perspective. So we're no longer parenting from our parents' perspective, but now we're parenting from God's perspective, right? Because we saw how eliminating God or trying to go against his plan, his way, or not using all of it, how the effect that it had. So now we've come to the conclusion that we do need his way. And the next thing, these ways that we the permissive parenting, the what was the other parenting? Permissive gentle parenting, thank you. These caters to a lot to soothing the child's emotion. You know, gentle feet and big feelings and big words. And where it is necessary to take in consideration the child's emotion, it is absolutely necessary for there to be a balance, right? Right. So these ways caters a lot to the child's emotion, which does not equip them to deal with the world outside of the home. So often we forget, you know, there's this life insurance. So we buy life insurance because we may die and we want the children to be all right. That's really why we buy life insurance, the main reason. So we buy them because we're considering death and what will happen to our children if we die. But then we forget the child's sustenance in navigating the environment that they live in, an environment which you will no longer be in to continue to soothe these emotions if you should pass, right? So often we see, so all of the soothing taking place and the permissive parenting and the gentle parenting. So when life starts to happen to them, we find them committing suicide. Aren't we seeing a lot of that? We find them committing suicide, having behavioral issues, and a lot of emotional breakdown. We see children with, I've seen so much more behavioral disorders and terms to these disorders. It's almost like they just keep coming up, right? So they don't know how to function. Our children are malfunctioning because of a lack of instituted discipline at home. And they simply don't know how to be resilient. They don't know how to bounce back from a situation. They don't know how to deal with someone telling them no. They don't know how to deal with someone disagreeing with them, because that is not done at home. They move around with a sense of arrogance and entitlement. I've never seen a set of entitled people like this generation of children. I don't understand. It's almost like everything must be at the snap of a finger, or it should just stop because they have no tolerance. Remember that word temperance? They're not tempered to endure anything at all. So they fall, they buckle, they like I mentioned before, they are committing suicide, they're having behavioral issue. They're very arrogant and entitled because that's what is nurtured in them at home. That is what is nurtured in them when you refuse to be firm and to say that is not accepted, and these are the consequences if you do these things. The other thing that we see a lot is, in public spaces, when we try to finally discipline them, that thing that they're not used to, why all of a sudden you're trying to do this, and you find that they become very violent, very disruptive, very vindictive even. So because they are not used to you telling them to stop. Now that you tell them to stop, who are you telling to stop? Sometimes they will ask, why? Why should I stop? Because that's not something that they're used to, right? So now we have come to the need to be circumspect. Remember we said we don't see that word anymore. We don't hear anyone using that word anymore. But I'm going to look at the meaning of circumspect. It says it's careful to consider all circumstances and possible consequences. It's prudence and diplomacy. Do we see our young people moving around like this? Not at all. Not at all. With all the emotional soothing, the child never becomes circumspect. We take that opportunity away from our child. As a result, the child gets labeled as nuff, being a busybody. You may spot this lack in a child that is always all over the place, always walking around, is involved in every conversation, and not just conversation with their peers, but every conversation. They may see adults having conversation, and they are very much have included themselves. And those parents who would allow that would wonder, why is it such an offense to adults? That's because sometimes we don't know how to explain some things, but we just know it's wrong. But that's because it's lacking discipline. It's lacking requisite discipline. It is saying to an adult that this child is lacking this character. It is saying that there is a need for the child to be disciplined. They're always touching someone. They're in every group. There is no bounds. They don't understand boundary, let alone regarding them. They don't understand boundary. They don't regard boundary. In fact, they cannot see why mommy and daddy is over there in a conversation and they cannot be a part of it. They have absolutely no idea why something is wrong with that. And that is because, again, this is all under being circumspect. They were never taught to not involve themselves in everything. They were never taught that it is not okay to do it just because you want to do it. They were never taught that. And they're also, you find that they're always pushing boundaries. Do you know what is wrong with the scenario of a child being everywhere, in every conversation? The child ends up being exposed to information they shouldn't have. There is a reason why children don't just, they weren't just born and then they're adult the next day. They process in stages. And yes, we know that they will eventually come to know certain things, or even maybe they will be exposed to it outside. But remember that we are the main influence, mothers, fathers, grandparents, godparents, the caregivers, we are the greater influence. And so even though, yes, they may be exposed to it later or outside of the home, if they have the discipline to not, well, let's go here. If they are exposed to things that they shouldn't be exposed to at that age, it can not just corrupt their minds, but it can cause their perspective, their emotions. They can start dealing differently because they have received information that their minds cannot process. They don't know how to handle that. Now, let's say that they were exposed to that, but they were taught to be circumspect children. You know what that child is going to do? Mommy, you know what I heard? Why would she say that? Why would he say that? And then that gives you an opportunity as a parent to fix that situation, to let her or him know that they shouldn't have. Or it gives you an opportunity to properly explain to them within the correct boundaries. So another thing that we find also with another issue that is wrong, and we're looking at how the children are being affected by our negligence. That's what we're really looking at. So they always end up being embarrassed because people pushing them out of their spaces, people telling them, nobody didn't call you over here, why are you here? You know, they're being embarrassed. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with them allowing someone to invite them to come. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, the scripture, here's a scripture for that, right? Right, Luke. So that is Luke 14 verses 8 to 10. Say God has a principle for everything. And this is why we can't go against his way. And this is why we are in the mess that we're in. But the scripture says, when someone invites you to a wedding feast, do not take the place of honor, for a person more distinguished than you may have been invited. If so, the host who invited both of you will come and say to you, give this person your seat. Then, humiliated, you will have to take the least important space. But when you are invited, take the lowest place, so that when your host comes, he will say to you, friend, move up to a better place. Then you will be honored in the presence of all the other guests. You see how simple that principle is? And you know what the world called that? The world called that being poised. Oh, she's so poised, he's so poised. But it is actually humility. The principle of humility is if you don't humble yourself, you will be humbled. And that's what happens to our children when they are not circumspect. They put themselves in situation where they're being humbled all the time. And so they now become defensive. Being circumspect gives them the necessary chance to observe and assess their surroundings and the people around them. Then they'll be able to take decision considering possible consequences. That is the importance of not having your child everywhere that you are just because you are there. That is the importance and not just giving your child something just because he or she wants it. It disciplines them. That is the importance of not letting them go everywhere just because they want to go. They start to learn that let me stop, let me think. Should I do this? If I do this, what will be the consequence? Is there a consequence, right? A lack of circumspection may have adverse effects on your child's and other children's character development. If your child gets in trouble with you because he or she engaged in something they know is not allowed, it could be a conversation or something physical, but you realize that what they did stems from the influence of another child. Don't blame the other child. And I will tell you why shortly. But don't blame the other child and blacklist them. They simply may not have the same guidance as your child. That child is a victim of a parent who didn't care to discipline him or her. However, hold your child accountable for going against that training you instilled in him or her. Teach them to be accountable, to make calculated choices about the influence they allow in their lives. Teach them to be okay with knowing that not everything that is being done around them is for them to participate in. So here is why. The why is, and I'm giving an example, and I'm going to use my son. So we had a neighbor who probably was a few years older than he is. And, but he had a child. He had a child and has issues, you know? But one day I invited him for dinner. So he and my son became friends. And I gave my son the okay to go and gave him the okay to come. So they really became friends. Now I found a message of my son, something about smoking. Something about smoking. I can't remember what it was, but whatever it was an impression that my son was trying to make. I said, and I spoke to him about it, and I told him that, look, you can't go anymore, and he can't come anymore. And you are going to tell him why. When I saw the young man, he came to me and he said, Miss Trudy, I am so sorry. And I asked him, what was he sorry for? For influencing my son. I said, no, you didn't influence my son. I said to him, my son know what is accepted. He is old enough to choose not to do it. You know what he said to me? Thank you. A lot of other people would have told him that he is the fault. And it broke my heart. Because imagine this young man walking around thinking that he's bad influence because of his choice that he made for his own life. You understand? And this is how we ruin other people's children, because we decide not to discipline our own children. And we think that, oh, because he did something wrong. Child did nothing wrong. Child living his own life. My child can't go around him because he's bad influence. But is your child able to reject bad influence? Is the child disciplined enough to be able to be in that influence and it doesn't affect him negatively? Can he be the difference in his environment? And that is how being circumspect is necessary. This will build their resistance against peer pressure. Without this training, they go anywhere, anytime. They don't say anything, anytime without consideration. And we see that very often now, right? they grow into adults being the same way. We have this kind of character in our classrooms, and it is not just from the peers, but also from the teachers. And we're seeing the breakdown of a lack of discipline because these persons are getting older. These persons are getting older, so we see a breakdown of a lack of discipline, or it ends up in the classroom, or it ends up influencing the next generation and the next generation. And why teachers get to be so influential, there is a unwritten notice to a child that if I leave you in the presence of this adult, you should obey them. And teachers have unfortunately decided, oh, I want to teach for whatever reason, but they are lacking being circumspect or other disciplinary character. And that is passed on to the child, to the whole class, to the whole school. And that cycle continues. So now we have them where their emotions, and I'm referring to our children, they're always being pacified. They have no resilience to opposition, whether good or bad. They are entitled and arrogant, so it's always about them. So when they are not circumspect, they find themselves being rejected. They get rejected too often. They don't know how to deal with that. Being told to think before you speak. You see, that's lacking in us as a parent. For somebody else to have to say, you talk too much, or what you're saying doesn't make any sense. Think before you speak. And that person is not being rude or mean. That's because we are failing our children. They are annoying. Have you ever been around children that just don't sit, they keep going, you can't think because they keep going? They're being told that they're annoying. And the list can go on because the world outside the homes, it's a rough place. So we prepare our children, we grow our children thinking, oh, this is my baby and my baby alone. But the world outside of the home is a rough place. The patients at home will seldom be found outside the home. Very rarely found outside the home. Now they're offended and they must vindicate themselves because they lack temperament and conflict resolution skill. Guess where that skill would come from? The conflict resolution. The home. The home. First of all, they would learn that this thing is going to be an offense to my parents, so I won't do it. The discipline would let them know that, okay, I did it. And this discipline is a consequence of my action. They would learn to embrace discipline. They would learn that because they're being disciplined, it doesn't mean that you hold a grudge or malice. Because you ought to be disciplined when you're out of line. They would learn that. So you can come back down, Clement. So things that we say a lot of things that doesn't make sense because there is expression without consideration and caring about the consequences of our action. You can go, Clement. Stop right there. Thank you. All right, so some of the things that we will see, we mention the bleaching, the destroying the pigment of our skin. That's one thing. The other thing is we have the pride community and all sorts of confusion from within. And you know what is sad? We see parents supporting them. But this is one of the ways where the ways that our conflicted children go about trying to soothe or make sense of what is going on inside of them. This is how they appease themselves after they are being rejected so often that they are not accustomed to. So it's a form of expression for them, and they say. And we see how the rabbit hole gets deeper and deeper and deeper, right, with these different parenting styles, right? But now it has come to the time to get out of that rabbit hole because we see the mess. So we're coming out. We're coming out of that rabbit hole, right? Because it's messy. But now we have come to the understanding of why we even end up in there. And you know, the concept of the rabbit hole is that it just keeps getting deeper and deeper and it just never ends, right? But now we have come to the point where we are able to come out. Now we know that our role of parenting, what it entails, we have accepted it as our calling by God, right? We have accepted that, right? Right. And we have agreed that it can only be successful God's way, right? So now it's time to repair. As stated before, child training is the easier part. So now that we know, have we disciplined ourselves? No? We're not disciplined yet? Clement, you can't stay there. Come back down. Right. We're not disciplined yet? Well, I have all the parents before me are disciplined today. Thank God for that. Right. So before we go further, let me remind us that because our parents did it, doesn't mean that it is right. It doesn't mean that we should do it too. You know, even if we are blue with anger. And what does that mean? What do I mean by blue with anger? Even if the child is so out of control and you feel to throw the chair because my mother used to throw the chair at me, and the pot and the stone and the cover. Right? So we got all sorts of things being thrown at us. But even if we're that angry, we're not going to do it because our parents did it. So, you know, just like in the other parenting styles where they're refraining from this and they're refraining from that, we are going to take the good from the bad, and we are going to remember that it didn't feel good when my mother or my father did this way, right? We're also, while we're considering that, as we mentioned before, forgive our parents. We're going to forgive our parents, and we're going to be grateful for the necessary discipline they have instilled in our lives. So gratitude tends to do much more than we give it credit for. If we pause to be grateful, then we will pause to acknowledge the benefit of any situation. You know, but we're always opposing the situations just because they weren't pleasant. And we don't get to be gratitude, and so we miss the principles which were in it. So, like we mentioned, we're going to pick the good from the bad and we're going to move on, right? When making decisions, we'll keep the children overall well-being before us. Their spiritual well-being, which is the most important. Can we agree? Absolutely most important. We'll see God always about that which he called us to. In seeking God, this will remind us that we are accountable to God and that he is obligated to you concerning that child. And if we know that God is serious about his obligations. So like I mentioned before, God, and this, let us not forget how is her Rachel found her blessing. You can pause there, Clement. Let us not forget how Rachel found her blessing. She was not saved, but then she kept going to God, which influenced her heart to keep seeking him the more. But why you think her heart was influenced to continue going to him? That's because she was getting the response, and the responses made sense. It was beneficial because God is not slack concerning his obligations, right? So we're going to always seek God before we make any decision concerning our children. We will find out how they feel about things. Clement? Right. So we will find out how they feel, and we will so we would have seen where we're going to take in consideration the damage that we did because we weren't disciplined parents, right? And we're going to find out how they feel. How are we going to find that out? We're going to have the necessary discussion. Call them, we're going to sit with them, and we're going to apologize for our errors. We will express our intention to right those wrongs. We will explain our purpose in their lives, which is to prepare them to see God's face in peace, which is growing them in the fear and admonition of the Lord, and how to handle the reality of this life. Explain your new understanding to them. Relate different scenarios to them so they too can understand. So just like we look at the different slides, which is relating these scenarios to you so you get a better understanding of how a lack of discipline can spiral, how it has different tentacles and how far they reach. We have to do the same thing. We have to have the same patience with them and explain to them why you have to instill discipline. You're going to ask them to partner with you because you will need their cooperation moving forward. You know, there is nothing like coming to say, you know, I need your help. I need your help. Can you help me? It does something. It taps into accountability. It does, right? If you agree to help me, you feel accountable, right? So you're going to ask them to help you in this new change that we're making, right? This will teach them to acknowledge their wrongs, to be culpable. How many people work How many of us work with, I have to put down my hand, I don't work with those people. But we work in spaces where people refuse to just say, I was wrong. Right? How frustrating is that, Mr. Benjamin? I've had the experience, but thank God I don't have, that's not my experience now. But yes, it is very frustrating. It is very annoying. Because what does it really take to say that I'm sorry, I'm wrong? So we teach them to be culpable. In fact, there will be no change without doing this. We have to acknowledge that. We have to know that if we don't come and say, look here, I am sorry, let us go back to the drawing board, let us partner in doing this. You remember that word authority that was demonized? That's what we will be abusing and demonizing it even the more, right? It will teach them humility as they see you humble yourself to admit you're wrong. They will realize the necessity of humility and strengthen their character. Isn't it humbling? Wouldn't you have to come to a place of humility to, let's say your child is 13. That's not the easy, that's not the easy stage, right? And all of this craziness has been going on. It is going to be humbling to go and say, I was very wrong. And please don't try to compartmentalize the wrongs. Just like how we don't like when someone come and say, I am sorry, but this, that, and it's the same thing. Just say I was wrong. I want to know how you feel. How can we move forward? Include them. You know, they will come to realize how important their contribution is to raising them well, which will strengthen their sense of responsibility and accountability to themselves. So, when you ask them to partner with you, right, they're saying, Daddy really care. I will try this. They will make their best efforts, especially because they came humble. They will make their best efforts in accomplishing those things that you have agreed on. Clement? This will not only restore, but also strengthen their trust and respect for you. How many of us have experiences where someone was wrong, they came, they apologized? Aren't you first of all grateful that they could do that? Doesn't it relieve something in you? And do you not respect them more for doing so? It is the absolute same thing in our children. Remember, again, they are people still. They may be under our care, but they are people too. So this will not only restore the relationship, but it will strengthen their trust in you. And you remember that blind obedience that we spoke about? Trust me, they will obey blindly because now they can trust you. Now they know that you are really there for them. That's what you are here for. And they will actually depend on you being there. I've seen instances where the child would ask, Mommy, you're really leaving me with that person? Right? Because guess what? A child wants to know that they are being protected and cared for. They want to know that. So when we provide for them an environment that says that I am caring for you, I'm protecting you, then they will trust that, they will lean on that. They will lean on that. And this is a needed foundation to lay for any parenting style. I don't care which one you choose. I would not recommend that you choose anyone other than God's, but this is needed to correct any parenting style. And I smile at that because you know why? We may, as we introspect, we may see that I wasn't so bad. I only do one thing wrong. Only one thing. But it is even important for that one thing. Clement? Right. So now we've patched broken wounds and we have to start the work, right? So let's get to work, bearing in mind that we're standing firm on the foundation that we just laid. What is the foundation that we just laid? Trust, accountability, humility, love. That's the foundation that we just laid so that we could repair the bond between us and our children. So as we move forward, let's be careful to not waver in that resolution. Let us remember that I just laid that foundation of trust, of even inclusion as you ask them to partner with you, of love, of humility. So where it is required, be humble. It is going to come. There are situations which will come where you should be humble. And that can look very different, but believe me, you will know. You will know. This will not just prevent your child from not trusting you, because if you go and you make them all vulnerable now to trust you again, to depend on you again, you know, and now because there's a situation you're wavering in that resolve, then they will just not trust you anymore. They're going to feel like you abuse their vulnerability. And they will become cynical. Have you ever seen a cynical person? They trust no one. Everything that someone is saying is wrong or against them. They feel that it is against them. Right? So now that we're clear on that, we are going to have to instill some rules, right? Because everywhere has rules, whether we're doing good or bad. There must be rules. And whether it is the party or the workplace or the schools. So again, the home is the training ground, so we have to teach our children to obey rules. And we can't just say, if you don't follow the rules, X, Y, Z. Comment? We can't just say, if we don't follow the rules, X, Y, Z. We have to explain to them those rules. I know that there are a lot of people who feel oppressed because people are able to make rules, and so they make them without any consideration, right? So what we are going to discuss every single thing, from the pin to the anchor. What your expectations are, make sure they are realistic. Again, we're not just making rules because I'm mommy I'm daddy, I'm the adult in the house. Are those rules realistic? Are they in line with your objective of being a parent? Right? Discuss the consequences with them. It is very important to keep your emotions and personal expectations. Consider those. Keep them out of the situation. Or emotions and or personal, and I do say personal expectation, it doesn't have anything at all to do with the objective of raising a child. You just don't like it, so they are not supposed to do it. And nothing may be wrong with it. Again, remember, they're able to reason a situation. We don't want our children feeling oppressed. So with the new foundation we have laid, we're going to take these things in consideration. The rules may look different in every household. Some may be compulsory, some may be relative to different situations. But remember, every situation is a teachable moment. There may be an instance where you see the need to waive the consequence or to make them lesser. That would be teaching your child leniency. How many of us appreciate leniency? I certainly do. There may be cases where you allow the child to decide a consequence that is sufficient for his action. Sometimes we have to do that. I remember when my son was growing up, I could take everything away from him. I could not let him go somewhere that he wanted to go. It never yielded the desired response. And I remember asking him to decide the consequence and make sure it's sufficient, or I will decide it. And so that worked for him. Another child, the taking away the things may work. Another one, it may be the naughty corner, or however you choose. But you have to decide, you have to look and see what works with your child. And you apply that. That's what you institute. And this teach them how to be accountable. How to be accountable. This also lets them know that authority is not a bad thing, though they may have seen it being displayed as bad and oppressive in most cases. Remember, we are the teachers at home, and there is a world outside of the home. There will be things that oppose the things that we teach our children, or the things that, we stand for. But it is also our responsibility to teach them the way that is against the way that is outside. So that is teaching them that whatever disciplinary measure you decide on is important to follow the rules. It is important to follow the rules, and it teach them to, like I mentioned before, to be accountable. It teach them that it is not always oppressive and all that they have seen and experienced before. It may even be with you. All right, and on that note, we'll take a break for 5 minutes and we will turn briefly. Okay, welcome back from our little break. All right, so in the interest of time, I am going to cut my my presentation, so that we can hear what our Leah and Suzette have prepared for us. We apologize for that though, but we started very late, about an hour and a half late. But I am sure that whatever Tina has prepared is much that you will appreciate. All right, welcome Tina. Well, dear Miles.
All right. I'm so happy to be here. So happy to be here. Just waiting on Kashif to bring up a test that I have for you. Don't worry, it's not a test that is going to be graded. It's just for you to see where you are as a parent and to be able to draw from the skills that you're going to be learning today to improve on you parenting your child. All right, so there it is. So on the paper, on the back of the paper that you have, I want you to just answer these questions for me. It's on a scale of 1 to 10. 10 meaning the highest and 1 the lowest. So you can do it at the back of the just write the answers. Just write the answers. So even if you don't get a paper, you could just look on the screen behind me. The first one is showing affection, love to my child. What would you say the rating is for you as a parent? And yes, if you do that as a parent, or even for those that might not be a parent, but you're playing a dominant role in a child's life, how would you rate yourself? One to 10 is on a rating of 1 to 10, 1 meaning the lowest and 10 the highest. Are you able to see the screen? Okay. Okay. All right. Taking care of their nutrition. That's number 3. So the first one is showing affection. Love to my child. Taking care of their hygiene. Taking care of their nutrition, taking care of their health, communicating with my child or children, meaning you talk to them, you listen to them, helping my child with discipline. Number 6. Okay. All right. So you can probably just listen. Everybody at helping my child with self-discipline. Okay. The next one is setting reasonable limitations with expectations. Setting reasonable limits with expectations. Number 7, that is. Number 8, encouraging, supervising work. So you're supervising their work and you're encouraging them. Number 9, supported my child at school. So you go to PTA, you visit their teachers, you visit their churches, wherever they are involved in, you go and you talk to those persons. Encouraging children's healthy friendships. Setting moral, spiritual examples. Number 12, storytelling, reading stories. So you spend time to do those things with them. Encouraging each child's uniqueness and creativity. Number 14, modeling, teaching manners. 13 is encouraging each child's uniqueness and creativity. How would you rate yourself doing that? Did you get modeling, teaching manners? That's number 14. Number 15, discussing age-appropriate information about sex. So when your child comes to you with the questions, how would you rate yourself responding to the questions? Number 16, assigning regular age-appropriate responsibilities. So giving them chores. Number 17, teaching respect for own country and culture. Number 18, respecting people's differences. And when you talk about that, how your children will treat those that are disabled, those persons in their school that are different. How do you teach them to respect these differences in persons? Providing information about drugs, alcohol, AIDS, and just about any difficult topic that children normally ask about and need to be need information about. And the last question now is other skill areas, my overall parenting skill. What would you rate yourself with your overall parenting skills? What would you give yourself? How did that activity feel? How was it for you? Rating yourself. Okay. Okay. And that's what it is intended to do. For you to think about how you're parenting, the type of parents that you want to be to your child, and to be able to look on the areas just like Trudy was talking about. Look on those areas that you're weak in. Look on those areas that you know you're not so handling things on, and to be able to pull on these skills so that it can help you to be a better parent. All right. Sure, I can send it to you after. Not a problem. All right. So Trudy Ann sets the foundation. A lot of what she talked about would have been what I was going to talk about today. So I'm not going to go through those things that she has already talked about again. I'm just going to briefly just run through it. But I want to lay just a little bit of foundation so you can really understand, especially for those that have different children that are at different stages, because children goes through are at different stages, and what might work for one child at one stage might not work for another child that is at another stage. All right? So I'm just going to go through just the rights and the responsibility of a parent, the overall rights and responsibility of parents, right? And just like she touched on it, to provide food, to provide clothing, medical care, all of that. Those are the survival rights. To be able to enhance their growth and their development, such as when they're born, they get a name, nationality, they have a right to education, you're supposed to play with them, you're supposed to create that home and that environment where they can thrive and they can grow. And also, very importantly, to impart that moral and that spiritual guidance. That's the most important thing, just like Trudy had said, the most important thing, that spiritual guidance that they will need. All right? And the protective rights. And these are the rights that covers protecting the child overall in terms of making sure that they are not exploited, make sure that they are not neglected and abused. And we're going to touch on a little bit about abuse and trauma and how these things do affect a child. All right, so learning to be parents. We want to touch a little bit on the stages that children go through. And I'm going to touch a little bit on the early childhood, the middle childhood, and the adolescence. So if you understand where they are, what is going on at each stage, then you will have an idea when your child is misbehaving, what is happening, you know, and you will better able to know what to do. All right? So the infant stage, we know that the infant stage is that time that the child needs the cuddling and they cry, they explore through the senses, of course, and the walking, so they explore through smelling, hearing, all of those things, through colors. They are stimulated through different things. So you're talking about an infant, a baby, and how they relate to you as a parent, how they relate, how they respond to you, how they respond to their environment. All right? Then the toddler, no, this is a stage where they're walking, they're crying, they don't understand consequences. Don't tell them about anything about consequences. If they climb on the grill, they're gonna fall. No, they don't understand this. And this stage is where you hear a lot of mine. And if you have children, you would know that they go through that stage where they're talking about this is mine, or they said no, everything is no. Right? And so parents during this stage, they have to create that environment where that child is able to explore, that child is able to connect with you, and you can respond to that child healthily. All right? The preschool now is where now the child begins to learn rules, but they don't really remember those rules, and so they forget those rules. So even though you're telling them don't do this, you find that over and over from time to time they will do it because they don't remember, right? And so during this stage, you just have to be consistent, and you just have to be consistent. So even at this stage, they don't know what it is to wait. So they want a snack, they're going to ball down the place for a snack because they want everything now. They want to be attended to now. At the middle stage now, where primary school age, now they begin now to try to fit in. This is a time where they have a lot of emotional issues because they're trying to fit in, and they have a lot of fears and they have a lot of worries. And so parents have to be, they have to be sensitive to the cues that their children are displaying. What are their needs? And so when you see them come home and or they come in the car and you notice that something is different, it's a times too also that you find that the behaviors, they're bringing home the behaviors, they're talking a lot on persons, the tattletaling, the teasing, all of these behaviors that they have learned, they are doing them, all right? And then the adolescent stage. And we know at this stage, sometimes the teenagers shut out the parents, because they're going through this emotional stage where they're faced with so many things and they don't know what to do. At one point, they want to be an adult, yes, and they want to make their decisions, but at another time, they want to be a child, right? And so you now have to know when to be able to be there for them, because even though they gravitate to their peers values and those things, you have to make sure that you relate your values to them and tell them what is expected, right? So I kind of wanted to just let you know where each of those persons children are at what level. All right, we're going to talk a little bit about positive parenting. And where I'm going with this is that so often we forget that children do have emotions. They do have emotions. And when sometimes they are crying out for just some attention. They're crying out for parents to just be present, and we know that it's a fast-paced world and a lot of social media and all of that, persons are caught up in it. But children want to know that when they need a parent, they are present. How to recognize a child's feelings. So some children may act out, right? You have some children like a toddler or different, like younger children, they don't know how to put things into words. So you see them acting out, you see them throwing tantrums. But just like Trudy was saying, you have to teach that child to use their words. You have to teach that child how to tell you what they are feeling. So, for example, if they're angry, you're going to teach them to say what they're feeling. I am angry because. So you're going to teach them to be able to communicate what is happening to them. So, and what you're invertedly doing is that you're teaching them to self-regulate. And when I mean self-regulate, to be able to calm themselves down, to be able to manage their emotions. All right? Because a lot of times when they're not able to manage their emotions and other people steps in to correct them, they do it in a way that is damaging. And sometimes the things that you say to a child, you can't take it back. You cannot take it back. So when a child, and that child may hold on to that thing. And that is why we said don't discipline a child when you are angry, because they cannot take it back whatever you say out of your mouth or whatever you do. So it's best sometimes to just walk away, calm down, and come back to the situation and deal with the situation. Ways to meet the child's emotional need. So some of the ways to meet the child's emotional needs is to show them that attention that they are craving. So children are craved. Children want to know that they are loved. Children, and I'm going to be going through the different love language as it relates to parenting and children. But children want to know that they are loved. Children want to know that they are accepted. Children want to know that they are appreciated. They want that encouragement. They want you to tell them that they are doing good. They want you to tell them that they are pretty, that they are, they are brave. They want you to tell them, all right? They want you to love them and show them that affection. And a lot of times, we talk about affection and we talk about love, but we kind of let it seem like it's the mother's role. But fathers too, it is very, very important that fathers know how to love their child, is that they give them that time to bond with them, right? The children need to know, they need to be touched, they need to be hugged, right? They need to be respected. And Gary Chapman, he came up with this 5 love languages, right? And these love languages: physical touch, giving gifts, words of affirmation, acts of service, spending quality time. And these can be very, very effective as a parent. And we know that parenting, there's no textbook way of doing things. Definitely not. You know, just like Trudy said, trial and error. But as you go along, you learn things. And for those of you who have more than one children, you see what I talk about. What you do with one child, you learn from that. You learn the mistakes, right? And so the physical touch, hugs, I love you, even sometimes a little foot massage, a little high five. You have to pay attention to what your child love language is. You have to pay attention to those cues. What are their love language? Usually, a child responds to you in the way that they want you to respond to them. So, for example, a child who comes around you and might come around the parents and you see them playing in their hair, you see them touching them, all of that. They are saying that this is the way that I want you to love me. This is the way that I want you to show me that you love me. So they want the hug, they want the affection, that type of way. You have another child now that don't like the mushy mushy. They don't want to be touched. And especially sometimes, and when it comes to persons with even disability, sometimes they don't want to be touched. They don't want to be hugged, right? And so you have to be sensitive to that and know that what is my child love language. All right? Then you have giving gifts. So children actively seeks out from their parents they seek out from their parents ways to, I guess, to affirm that the parents love them, to confirm that the parents love them. And some of this is through gifts. So you give them a gift, and it don't have to be an expensive gift. It can be just something you pick up when you're coming home, but it shows them and they hold that dearly, that mommy care about me and mommy love me and gave me this. It could be something that you know the child likes and you just randomly get it. And that in itself shows them that, yeah, mommy love me, daddy love me, right? Then you have words of affirmation. Have you ever seen a child where You may tell them that they're beautiful and them just beam. You just see them face just light up and they're just begin to just start beaming. That's sometimes their love language. When you say that, they hold on to that and it does something to them. It affirms with them that, listen, mommy loves me. Daddy loves me. Yeah. So again, sometimes you just need to just tell them. And these are the ways that, they will know, because remember, there's a whole heap of situation out there that they're going through, whole heap of things that they are going through every single day when they go out. When you put them through that door and put them in that schoolyard, is a whole heap of things. And sometimes we trivialize it to think that children are not going through nothing. When them are going just little something, and you compare it to when you was a child. But the truth is that their situation is real to them. And you have to respond to them where they are. Else you're going to lose them. All right? Acts of service. And when we talk about acts of service, we're talking about doing little gestures for your child. In terms of your child asking you to fix a toy that was broken. When you do that, can you imagine that beam that comes out of that child when you do that and know that, okay, you cared enough to do this for me. Although, what I want to say is that, and I'm just going to read this quickly. The best act of service is walking through a new process and teaching them step by step how to be more capable. This encourages and expect self-reliance. So what it is saying is that when you walk through, there are two ways that you can do it. You can either, when the child comes to you and asks you to do something for them, you do that and it does something to them. But also, it is more powerful when you walk that child through step by step how to do something. They hold on to this and they say, oh, daddy taught me how to do this. Or mommy taught me how to do this, and they hold it dearly. Right? They don't forget it. And the last one is act of love language is spending quality time. Children feel most valued when you as a parent choose to spend time with them. And I'm not talking about choosing to spend time with them and you sit down and you're on your phone and your child is over here maybe watching TV or on their phone. No, that's not spending time. Spending time is when you get to have that conversation, meaningful time. Because sometimes we don't have time. We don't have a lot of time on our hand, right? The traffic, all of those things, the different responsibilities that we have, we don't get that whole heap of time to spend with our children. But when you choose a time and said, okay, I'm going to spend this time with my child, then that child remember that. Communicating during that time with your child. And that is where sometimes you hear what is going on at school. That is when you hear what about the child's friends and all of those things. And now you can give your input now. This is a chance for you to minister. This is a chance for you to be able to guide that child. And this doesn't start when the child is a teenager. This starts when the child is young. So just like I said, don't trivialize their problems. When you start communicating with them and talking to them from them young down here, they will recognize that, oh, mommy does listen to me. I can trust mommy. right? And then when the bigger things comes now and they have more serious issues, then you will find that they will come to you willingly. All right? Okay. Communicating with children about difficult issues, right? And we talk about these children are exposed to so many things. When you talk about even the gadgets that they have, and those little pop-ups that comes up on that gadget, and you can't take that back, what that child sees. You can't take it back. And so you have to create that environment where that child can come and say to you, Mommy, I saw this, or Daddy, I saw this. And you know are able to talk to that child along that line to let them know that that is inappropriate. That, you know, to be able to talk with them and have that conversation with them. They want and need our help with these issues, but they don't know how to ask. Why is it that our children don't know how to ask, don't know how to come and ask the questions that are the things that they're seeing or hearing at school? Why? We have to ask ourselves, what is it that is so bad? The worst thing ever, can my child come and talk to me about that? And seriously feeling comfortable coming to you and talking to you about these issues. When they come to you, now let's talk about when they come to you. So when they come to you, what do you tell them? Do you tell them the facts? Do you tell them something because you are uncomfortable with the topic, right? Do you tell them the watered down version? Or are you real with them? Are you honest with them? One of the things that I recognize, and even in my profession, when I deal with parents, and when they come in front of you and they're talking about the issue, or they're talking about what brought their child to me in the first place, so it might be sex under 16, meaning that they're having sex and they're not yet 16, and they come to you and you're doing parenting training with them and you're talking with the parent. The parent can't look you in your eyes. They can't look you in the eyes to talk about the topic. Now, how is it that they're going to talk to their children about it? If they're uncomfortable, how are they going to talk to their child about it? A child that comes to you and they were molested, they were raped, the parent can't look you in the eye. They can't tell you, they can't talk to you, they can't have that conversation with you. How is it that child is going to come to them and tell them that this thing happened to me, or this thing happened to me and this is how I am feeling? You can't support your child when you are uncomfortable and when you are not real. Because they first see that, they pick that up quickly, very quickly. They pick that up. And so what you have to do is, and again, what Trudy said is so important, so very important, because even working with the type of clients that I work with, I'm telling you, no book can give them, no book, what they say in the textbook, nothing can give them that comfort like God can. God can. That is the thing that makes the most impact. That is the thing that makes the most impact. So let's talk about some, and I'm going to send this to you. tips about communicating with our children. So like we said, you start communicating with them at an early age and you be consistent. Be consistent. So if your child is not talking to you today, don't say, oh, my child don't like talk. No. You try again next week. You try again down in the week. Right? So you do, because especially when it comes to teenagers, they will push you away. They want their me time and but keep consistently going to them. That in itself shows them that mommy cares, daddy cares. Initiate conversation with your child and don't wait. Don't wait for them to ask. So you see all of those difficult topics, all of those things that you know that they are exposed to at school, don't wait until that child comes to you and tell you. You initiate those topics and tell them what God says about those topics. Always create that comfortable environment for talking. Allow them to ask questions. Don't shut them down. If you don't know the information, tell them that you will go research it and come back. That's fine. That's okay. Right? Listen to the words and feelings that they express. And don't be non-judgmental. Be non-judgmental. Don't be judgmental. Because if you can remember when you was a child too, you had some of those same thoughts. So don't judge them, right? But let them feel that level of freeness to talk about anything. Communicate your values on the topic. They need to know where you stand. Be honest about the facts. Be patient with your child. Use everyday opportunities to talk and admit your mistake. Parents, admit your mistakes because children, they don't know say you mess up. They know when you mess up. Just like Trudy was saying, they know. They know that what you're telling them is only talk, but you're not walking the walk. Admit those mistakes. And you know what will help? When they see how you respond godly. Because you can make a mistake and you just treat it like your child don't know anything. But when they come to you, when you go to them and let them know that, listen, I was wrong, that says something to them. That says something to them. All right. I'm going to jump over to preventing child abuse. And the reason why I go in here is that as parents, many of you, if you were to hear the definition of child abuse, you would say, oh, I never know them did a child abuse me, them did abuse me. Because the reality is that our culture, we are so quick to reprimand and beat and those kind of things. Say things based on our emotions and what we are feeling because we have this expectation that my child mustn't do this, right? And nowadays, I can tell you, the judges are locking up persons. I tell you, when it comes to child abuse, they have fines. And when we talk about child abuse, we're talking about all types of child abuse. So child abuse takes into consideration the physical, the emotional, the sexual, and neglect, right? And we as parents, we have to know where our child is. You talk about sexual abuse, You need to know where your child is at all times. And who you leave your child with, you need to know that that person is capable of doing the same thing that you are doing to protect your child. All right? Physical abuse, kicking, punching, beating, boxing, using a weapon to hurt a child. How many of us in here can raise them hand and say they didn't experience any of this while they were growing up? Two person out of maybe what? Maybe about 20, more than 20 of us? Right. And the thing is that sometimes how we were brought up as children, it affects how we now parent. And it shouldn't. You know why it shouldn't? You know why this shouldn't affect us as parents? You know why it shouldn't affect us? Because how many of us in here is saved? And so if you are saved, you have the guidance, you have God to guide you. And he tells you, you can't say that in any situation at all, the Holy Spirit don't talk to you first and tell you don't raise your hand and hit that child. Or don't say that out of your mouth. Can't. So physical abuse, emotional abuse. It's causing physical and emotional pain. So emotional abuse, when they say things out of your mouth and it hurts the child. And remember, you hear the word they have this famous saying that says what? Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can't. That's a lie. That's a lie. Because when you tell that child those words, you can't take them back, and it impacts them even more than how you would slap them. Sexual abuse touches a child's body in a way that makes them uncomfortable. And we might not have that in our home, but we have to teach our children that, listen, you have to teach them good touch and bad touch from them, a little down here. So any touch that makes you feel uncomfortable, tell mommy. Run, scream, bawl out, and tell the world, say this person touched me uncomfortable. Because when that damage is done, you cannot take it back. When the damage is done, you can't take back what was done to that child. And so you have to teach your child, you have to know, that is why you have to know the type of friends, the type of people that you leave your child with. And all right, so let's talk a little about, we're gonna pause for a bit, and we're gonna talk about a little bit about trauma. And that's why I touch on child abuse, so that you will recognize that these things do impact our children. It impacts them. We have to reach to a place where we prevent these things from happening before it happens. Or it might not be your child, but children that you're around, you have to teach those children as well. You have a responsibility to teach those children and talk to them about these things. All right? So trauma, deep, disturbing experience or an emotional shock following a profound event. Right? And these events can be violence, whether it is violence in a community, in a city, violence. These can cause trauma in children. And sometimes we wonder, because even sometimes a guidance counselor may call me to come in to talk to a child, and you are saying they don't know why the child is acting out. But the truth of the matter is that the child might witness something in the community. The very gunshots that are being fired, they are affected by it, right? And so trauma doesn't have to be necessarily just sexual traumas like rape and those things, but it can also mean just what a child is exposed to, right? And we talk about trauma all the time, and we said trauma can be where you experience it primarily or you experience it secondary. Primary is where it happened to you as a person. Secondary is where it happened to somebody who you know, right? So it's not you them shoot and kill, but it's your uncle. So you are affected by that. And then you have the other type of trauma vicariously, where you watch the news and you hear these things that are happening to children, right? And you are affected by it, right? But today we're going to deal with the traumas that normally happen when we do not create that environment for our children, and our children go to our aunt's house or goes to our uncle's house, or you don't talk to your child about certain things. Remember we talk about those difficult topics? We don't talk to them about what's going on out there in this world. And so they go on social media, they meet a guy on social media, they start a relationship where they're communicating every day, and you don't know because you don't have these conversations with your child and you're not so vigilant what is going on. So they're having this relationship or these conversations with this child, and eventually they said, come look for me in a sentence. In their sentence, come look for me a sentence. That child pick up herself or himself, leave, go to sentence. When him go to sentence, who is there to protect him or her? This is a teenager, and this might not even have to be a teenager, because I have 10-year-olds that are running away, 10-year-olds that are having relationship, right? And they leave and they go to another parish and they get raped, they get abused, they get preyed upon. They are some persons were trafficked. So we have to be real with children. We can't parent our child blindly and act like these things are not going on out there. Trafficking is going on out there. So if you don't talk to your child about that topic right there and let them know that, listen, it's not everybody you're supposed to trust on social media, give out your information and all of those things, they are going to find themselves in a situation where they can't even run. They can't even pick up the phone to call you to say, Mommy or Daddy, I'm in danger. No. So they have persons who will lock them down for days. Lock them down for days and sexually assaulting them. Right? And these are the things that you have to talk to your children about, because these are trauma that are affecting our children, and sometimes they might follow a friend. They follow a friend, go somewhere, something happened to them, and them can't tell mommy, and them can't tell daddy, them can't tell nobody, because what? First of all, them disobey them parents. and them feel like them parents gonna kill them. So they just live through that pain, and before you know it, you don't even recognize who this child is in front of you. You find that some of them get withdrawn. You find that some of them begin to act out. You find that some of those same person that a trauma was done to begin to become promiscuous. That same thing that was done to them that they didn't want, they find themselves giving themselves so freely, right? And you can't be afraid to talk about these things to your child, right? So let's talk about some of the signs and the symptoms of trauma, so that when you identify certain differences in your child, you can know that something going on about Cherie. She's not the same type of child. She's not the same. And now you can have that conversation with her, right? So the first thing is to prevent it from happening. And then the second thing is that when it happens, what do you do when it done happen already? You have to be sensitive to know that you are going to engage your child and you are going to give that child that support that she or he needs. Because we may say, and why I say he is that so many times we think that is the girls that these things are happening to. But the boys too, these things do happen to the boys too, right? These things happen to the boys because, and they're not going to tell anybody. They're not going to tell anybody. Which boy gonna just get up and just tell somebody that, this girl take advantage of me? No. And that is why we have to listen to the cues, and we have to be involved with our children to know when a difference comes about with our child. So these are some of the things that do happen, the signs and the symptoms of trauma. You find that they begin to have depressed mood. So these are the psychological, right? They begin to they become fearful. So one time you could have leave them at home, now they don't want to stay at home. Or the opposite of that. One time they used to go out with you to the supermarket all around, and all of a sudden, they don't want to go nowhere. You find that they're very irritable, they're angry, they become resentful, right? And oftentimes, you find that they're having flashbacks, right? So you see them, you might be in the living room, watching TV, and you just notice a change in them. Because what flashback is that it brings you back to that place of the trauma. Brings you back to that place as if you are in that situation again. So they become frightened. You see them shaking. You see the eyes pop open. If you look closely at them, you see them start responding. They start the heart beating fast, and they start to respond as if there's a terror. A lot of anxiety, right? They feel a sense of shame, and that's why they don't talk about it. They feel as though they're helpless, right? Because they feel like it's my fault. If me never leave and go with my friend, this wouldn't happen to me. And don't even talk about, I dropped my child to school, and so I know that my child is at school. No. When it comes to teenagers, you dropping them at school don't mean that they're at school all the time. They know when you coming back to pick them up. So you might think you know where your child is or what your child is doing. The only thing that will prevent these things from happening, especially when it comes to teenager and those pre-teen stage, is to introduce God to them. That is the only thing. Talk to them about God. What are you doing in your home that will let them know, that will give them that sense of values, that they won't follow their friends, that they won't do what seems popular to everybody? Do you have devotions in your home? Do you sit and pray with them? Do you talk to them serious conversation about God? Or do you just come to church with them and believe that, okay, they hear the word from the pulpit already, so they're going to do what the word says from the pulpit? No. You have to put in just as much as the pastors up here are doing. You have to do the same. You have to put in your work as the parent. All right? The physical symptoms now are like headache. So them start bawling for headache, start crying for headache, diarrhea. You find that their eating habits change. You notice that they're not sleeping well. They have very low energy. They are withdrawn. They have anxiety when certain people come around them, because the thing with trauma is that anything can trigger them. Once the damage is done, or once a child experiences that disturbing event, anything can trigger them. So they could be in the supermarket and they see a Rasta man, and it was a Rasta man who molested them, or it was a Rasta man who did something appropriate to them, or rape, or beat them up, or whatever it is. They're going to be triggered by that, right? And so you have to look out for these things in children. Especially for young children. So when you have the little ones, and I find this in my line of work, I find that a lot of persons, a lot of these perpetrators, they prey on the little ones, the ones that can't talk, the little ones that can't communicate to say that this was done to me. They prey on them. And you know why is that? Because, and that is why it is so important for you to engage your children and be present. Because when those cases goes in that court, yes, the evidence might be there, but when those cases go in the court, that child is going to have to say, talk out of their mouth, what happened. If that child is not able to say what happened, they can't do anything about it. Right? And so you have to be present, and that is why I implore people, when I go anywhere and I see somebody send a child to the bathroom without them, I go up to them. Yes, I will be presumptuous. I will go up to them and talk to them about that. Because you don't know what is laying in that bathroom waiting on your child. And what is done to your child, you are going to slowly have to pick up the pieces. I have seen children, 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds, they were raped. And they were a promising child. Went to school, getting good grades, in every activity, just beaming as a child and just being as a child. And that incident happened to them, and you know where they go? They go right back to that first stage where them doodling up themselves, they're pooping up themselves, they're pee-peeing themselves, they're wetting themselves, they're wetting the bed. And in some extreme cases, we have what you call mutism. They just stop talk. You can't get nothing out of them. When I say they stop talk you parents can't even communicate with them because they just be looking you in the face like this. And you would think that that's how the child was born. Or they regress to a stage where they're doing strange things. And you're thinking that their persons would say that they're disabled. People would think that they're disabled, but they're not disabled. It's because of that trauma that was done to them. That is why they are like that. And so when they come, you have to work with them from that stage to where now they're able to understand that it's not their fault. They are able to understand that what that person did to them was wrong. And then you have to work with them. Especially when you're dealing with children, play. And that is why parents, it's important for you to play. Romp. Play with your children. Play with your children. That's how they communicate. The younger ones, play with them. That's how they communicate. They don't know how sometimes to put things into words. When they come in front of me, they don't know how to tell me what was done to them. They don't know how to tell me how they feel about what was done to them. But through playing, when you see them get that doll, that Ken doll, and they get that Barbie doll, and when they begin to show you what was done to them, you are amazed. You are like, you're now in their world. Because their world is a world of play. That's how they express themselves. All right? And so it is important for you guys to know that the first step in preventing all of this is to be led by the Holy Spirit in raising your children. If you get a nudge from the Holy Spirit, say, don't send your child to that birthday party, it's okay. Don't send your child to that birthday party. By the way, why are you sending your child to a birthday party that is a secular birthday party? That they're going to be dancing and gyrating and all of those things. Why? You understand what I'm saying? You have to listen to the Holy Spirit while you're raising your child. Listen. Because when the perpetrators are out there just looking, waiting for an opportunity. The devil is waiting for an opportunity where he can mess up our children, right? And I heard, I think it was Mike I heard said it, that the devil is after our children. He's after our children. And he don't care. He knows all of his device and all of those things. He knows what you are not doing. And just like how I tell you that if you don't talk to your children about certain things, there's somebody out there waiting to tell them about it. There is somebody out there waiting. And if you don't protect them, there's somebody waiting out there for that opportunity to prey on them. Right? All right. So I'm wrapping up now. I almost finished. So talk to your child and encourage them to talk to a responsible adult. Right? Talk to your child about that. Talk to a responsible adult once they find themselves in danger or feel uncomfortable in any situation. And I'm just going to listen actively to them, be patient with them, let them talk about their experiences and their feelings, answer their question honestly, reassure them that seeing a counselor is not mental illness. So even when your child or a teenager and your child is acting out, let them know that speaking with a professional is not them having a mental illness. Because people have that thing to say if you go to a counselor, you have mental illness. But it's just that sometimes children don't know. As I tell you, sometimes the children, especially the young ones, they don't know how to tell you certain things, and you recognize that something happened to my child, go to a professional where they can now assess the child and to be able to see what is happening with the child. Because sometimes, because plenty times, children come into my office for behavioral problem. They come because the parents think say them acting out and all of that. But when they come, what I discover, it's a sexual abuse case, right? And so you have to be able, when you realize that what you are doing is not effective, you can talk to somebody else, talk to a pastor, talk to somebody else. You know, our church is so filled with so many knowledgeable persons. Some persons that are already parent adult child, and they can give you some advice, you know. Show them support and pay attention to those that you see withdrawing and quiet. So that's a key right there. When you see them withdraw and them quiet and them not talking, something is going on up here. They are thinking, and let me tell you something, this devil will always be the devil. He will talk to their minds. He will give them suggestions. And you want to be able to be that one that intercept that. To be able to talk to them when you see something happening, you are able to talk to them about it. And you're able to reach them. So I'm just going to go through quickly now. I'm almost finished. So how do we raise godly children? Encourage children to know God for themselves. I heard Pastor Julia said something once regarding teaching your child what to do and what not to do, how to call out for help, how to when they are in trouble, what to do. You have to teach your children these things. You have to teach your children that when they're caught in a situation, pray. Their first resort is pray. They have to know that God is real. Because, and I know I talk a lot about save persons, right? But even if you're not saved, once you're seeking God, God is not going to let you down. If you're seeking God, be in that mode, because you can't really be that effective parent unless you're saved. That is the truth. You can't be that effective parent, because the truth is that what is our responsibility as parents? To introduce God to our children. We're not raising our children to be the best pediatrician, the best doctor, and all of that. Our responsibility as a parent is to raise our children in God so that God can use them in the kingdom. Right? And so you have to teach your children from early that to know God for themselves, to call out to God for themselves. When they're in trouble, call on God. Pray and call on God. Right? And I'm just reiterating just this point here. It says, teach godly principle. Teach morals and values on the topic of drugs, sex, even the music. right? Provide a fundamental principle of the spiritual development of children. You have to teach them to that teach them how to talk to God for themselves, how to go to God for themselves. Right. So, in a sense, that is, I come to the end of my presentation, and God just wants to change, the history of just how we have been raising our children and bring us back to the foundation, which is to raise our children in God. And that is the best thing that we can ever do. The remedy for everything, the remedy for stress, the remedy for child abuse, if you were sexually abused, physical abuse, the remedy is God. Nothing else can help you but God. So even though these we've been talking about some of the skills, these skills are these skills are meant to help you while you are, as you hear the voice of God. It's just to be able to give you that knowledge, right? It's just to give you that knowledge as you raise your children. But the foundation with everything, with all of that knowledge, is God. All right?
Good everyone. To this afternoon, I will be speaking on a topic that's not very common in a lot of areas. And we're going to be speaking about special needs. There are many perspectives on what it means, special needs. There are many different kinds of special needs. But as a behavior technician, I will be speaking on ASD this afternoon, and we'll get into what that is, what it means, and all of that. So what is special needs? What does it mean when someone says special needs? Special needs are areas where individuals may require accommodations or services to participate in everyday activities. Many prefer the term disability, an impairment that limits one or more life activities. Disability is also the term used in most relevant laws. There are many types of special needs in children. However, today, as a behavior technician, I will focus on autism spectrum disorder. What is autism spectrum disorder? Autism spectrum disorder, ASD for short, is a developmental disability caused by differences in the brain. And people with ASD often have problems with social communication and interaction and restrictive and repetitive behavior, we'll get more into that, or interest. People with ASD may also have different ways of learning, moving, or paying attention. So there are many different ways or people. So in time past, we used to hear about autism. Now it's an umbrella. So under that umbrella, we have ASD, autism spectrum disorder. It is manifested in different ways, different forms, different levels, mild, moderate, and severe, right? Although we know little about the specific causes, the available evidence suggests that the following may put children at greater risk for developing ASD. One, having a sibling with ASD, having certain genetic or chromosomal conditions, or experiencing complications at birth. So if you can think of someone who may have a child who is on the spectrum, when you look in their family, you will see that they have a sibling or someone in their family that is on the spectrum. So we don't know the specific cause as yet, but it's high likely if someone has autism, they're going to have a relative or a sibling with autism or chromosomal problems or problems at birth. Signs and symptoms of autism. Now, before we get into that, I remember when I was growing up, people used to say, that child is so rude. That child is the spoil. Then why do I have to hand up that child? It's because I hand envelope up the child while the child is not doing something. They need to put the child down to creep or to walk. They're the ones that cause the child to be like this, right? Because people were not educated on these disabilities or these challenges or these symptoms, right? ASD are a group of disorders characterized by impairments in 3 domains, namely communication, reciprocal, social interaction, and behaviors that are restricted and repetitive in nature. Now, I know I've been hearing a lot about children. They need to express themselves and they need to talk to you, which they do. And somebody might be saying, but my child doesn't communicate. My child barely have words. My child doesn't talk. They scream for everything. Then, as a parent, I can get my child to talk to me. We will get into that. You will get more information and insight how to reach your child and the available resources that are out there. So signs are, they avoids or does not keep eye contact. Now, let me say this, it may not be on the list. A lot of children who are on the spectrum, they do not display a physical feature, for example. I'm talking about ASD, right? Down syndrome is a disability as well. So with children who are autistic, they do not display a physical any physical appearance. Like you can look at them and say, oh, that child is autistic or that child has Williams syndrome. Autistic children, you can't just look at them and know, right? And not every child that is throwing a tantrum is on the spectrum either, right? So these are ways that you can look and say, oh, no, you're not diagnosing anyone, right? If you're not a doctor trained in this area and have the credentials, you are not in any position to diagnose a child. However, you can learn the characteristics and your antenna will go up and you can say, this child may need to be assessed or this child may need to go and see a professional. Okay, and information will be provided later on where you can go and access these services. So one, they avoids or does not keep eye contact. A child on the spectrum is not being impolite when you're talking to them and they're looking away. It is difficult for that child. That part of their brain is impaired for you to be talking to them and they're looking in your eyes, giving you that attention. It's very difficult. They're not rude. They're not out of order. It's not that they don't have any home training. It's difficult. Right? They does not respond to name by 9 months of age. So if your child's name is Suzette and they're saying, hi, Suzette. Hi, Suzette. And we say, but wait, that pin in the deaf, I mean in Jamaican dialect, or something is wrong with the child's hearing. No. It's one of the signs that this child may be on the spectrum. And it can also be that the child is hearing impaired as well, right? Does not play simple interactive games like pat a cake. You realize that this child doesn't really play. They don't play with toys, they don't play with you, they're not smiling, they're not engaging, right? Use few or no gestures by 12 months of age. Now, a baby, they'll point for everything, they'll use gestures, they'll laugh. They have different ways how to communicate. So when we talk about gestures, we're talking about body language. You hardly see that in a child who is on the spectrum, right? It's not that their parents are not giving them milk or they were not breastfed. It's just one of the signs, okay? Does not share interest with others by 15 months of age. For example, shows you an object that they like. So they don't really show that interest for things, right? So look out for these things. In your mind, think of somebody that you may know or a child that you think that child is just not a morning person. I hear some people say, this child is not a morning person. It has nothing to do with a morning or a night person. This child is on the spectrum. And these things are difficult for this child. Does not notice when others are hurt or upset. They don't understand the emotion. They don't understand how to show any empathy. They don't, you're here, but you're not there to them, okay? Does not notice other children and join them in play by 36 months. So when you're forcing the child, go and play, look at him over there all by himself. It's difficult for that child. And you'll get tips, and even in the question and answer, how you can facilitate that. Some children with ASD may never develop oral speech and language skills. Now, sign language is very good to use to communicate, but it is one of my least favorite. Whether you're in Jamaica or you're abroad, why? There are different types of sign language. So you may learn one sign language and then you have to learn American Sign Language. Child is going to have difficulty depending on who is talking to them through sign language, right? You can use gestures. Gestures are good as well. Still not one of my favorites. This is my favorite. PECS. Picture Exchange Communication System. Anywhere you go in the world, if the child is hungry and you have a picture of an apple and the child take it and give it to that Chinese man, he knows that the child is asking for an apple. But you may be doing sign language Chinese man may not know what he's saying. Yeah, you may be speaking Dutch. In sign language, child doesn't know. But if the child gives you a picture of the bottle of milk, you know, oh, he needs milk. Okay, so this is my favorite. There are 6 phases. And for this, you would have to be taught how to use pictures to teach a child how to communicate. So you started out handing over a picture to receive an item, and you have what we call a back prompter. Back prompter is just a person who stands behind to assist the child, to teach the child. I won't get into that today, but you can go on YouTube and put in PECS, Picture Exchange Communication System, and you will further learn about it. I want everybody to look at this picture with the boy and the girl. I want you to look at this picture. This is what it looks like when typical children are communicating. This is what reciprocal conversation looks like. What I mean by reciprocal conversation. That means I'm talking to you and you're talking back to me. I'm giving you eye contact, you're giving me eye contact. I'm using gestures. So if I say, hi, my name is Suzette.
Hi, my name is Christine.
So I'm here at the parent workshop today, and I'm presenting right now, and I'm talking about ASD.
Oh, and I can't wait to ask, what is autism?
Okay, so that's reciprocal conversation. Talking to you, you're talking back to me, giving eye contact, smile, and body language. Now, children on the spectrum, that is difficult. It's difficult. Before I move on, let's go to the other. Individuals with autism spectrum disorder often exhibit difficulties with reciprocal social conversation, engaging in limited verbal exchanging even when language structures are intact. So even though they have the language, they have a lot of words, it's hard to come out. Hard for them to socialize. You ever see some persons and say, oh, they're introverts? They may be on the spectrum. Very bright, very smart, but it's hard to communicate. And there is something I want to share. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I've seen children over the years don't have any words in the language. And like Auntie Tina and Trudy has been saying, you see, God is the center and the foundation of everything we do, including parenting. And as a teacher, a behavior technician, I have a biological child, but all the children that comes before me, I am their parent. And sometimes, us in this room, it takes a village to raise a child. You have to be the parent that stands in the gap, or a spiritual parent. I've seen children come to me before and they can't talk. They will scream. They will do gesturing, to communicate using PECS. And I've seen the Lord touch children through prayer and they talk. I've seen it with my own eyes. I remember one day I was treating a child and this child just wouldn't speak. Goes to speech therapy. And like Tina says, the books are there to guide us. But God is able to do above and beyond what science can do. And I said, Lord, I didn't know my coworker was here. I said, Lord, please let this child talk. I was teaching him how to babble, Mama, Papa. And when I hear that child say, Mama, Mama, I began to cry. And my coworker said, yes, Suzette, I heard when they said that. I said, yes. I said, all glory goes to God. Who could it be? God. So parents, guardians, pastors, no matter what condition comes before us, the root, the foundation, the healer, the deliverer is God. Now, we may have a big textbook, but at the end of the day, what is in the textbook is temporary if God is not in it. The deliverance can come so far right here, and the child is going to progress. But I believe, as we get to the scripture, that God can do everything, and I've seen it before. So don't feel discouraged this afternoon if your child is not talking or they have a lot of language and they can't communicate, because God can do everything. And somebody might be saying, then why did God allow my child to have autism? Why did God allow my child to be special needs? We still get there. All right? So restrictive and repetitive behaviors. One of the hallmark features of autism spectrum disorder is the presence of a restrictive and repetitive behaviors, right? Interest and activities. Example, the child lines up objects and gets upset when it is changed. So you see a child playing and they line up all the blocks. You know, like when you're putting out your shoes and you put them in pair, you give them bears and they line up the bears. You give them cars and they line up all the cars, right? So when you see that, that is like one of the main things to see that a child is on the spectrum. They repeat words or phrases over and over. It's called echolalia. So like they'll say, it's raining, it's raining, it's raining, it's raining. Or you say to them, good morning, and they say, good morning, how are you, how are you? You say, what are you doing, what are you doing? So they repeat things over and over, right? So don't go around diagnosing people's children, no. I'm just giving you signs that you can be mindful of. And once you're mindful of it, sometimes it's not wise to go to a parent and say, you know, I think you should look into this. Why? Parents are often in denial. Parents are in denial. What do I mean by that? They say, that's just a childlike manner. He'll grow it out. And you're saying, but these are signs. You know, he's repetitive behavior. He's not giving you any eye contact. But why are you telling me that? It's just that's how I was when I was growing up. You know, and parents will take offense to that. So ask God to show you how to be tactful in going to a parent or even yourself. First, we have to look at our own self and say, am I in denial? You know, it could be a relative and like, say this person is in church now, but they had a child and they're in church and you go to them, but I'm serving God now. And I had my child 5 years ago and I was a backslider, but I'm serving God fervently now. Why would my child be displaying this? Right? They'll be in denial and start blaming God and God, why you allow this and God, why you allow that. I can use myself as an example. When I was pregnant, I pray and say, God, you see that I'm having this child when I'm old. Bless this child, Lord. Let this child born and be bright. Have scholarship, oh God. I'll be sitting on the bus and say, God, if my child now learn by intellect, give them a gift. They're going dance, fly, or something, or jump. I give them something in the throat to sing. But this child is going to be the best they can be. And I still believe that. Uncle Craig, I teach my nephew to read in one day. I said to his mother, teach him all the letter sounds and send him to me. I taught him to read in one day. I work with ADHD children, autistic children, Down syndrome children. I taught them how to read. My daughter is 9 years old. She just starting out to read. And I'm like, what's happening? Why is my child taking so long to read? I do everything. I'm teaching her ABC from she was in my belly. And when she was 3, she still don't know A. I'm like, what is happening? I brought it to the Lord in prayer. One day my eyes popped open. You hear Auntie Trudy say parenting is for you and for the child? You have to see purpose. My eyes pop open. If my child was ever reading at 3, Facebook could not hold my status. WhatsApp could not hold my status. My pride would be higher than the mountain, and I know that God would have abased me. I know that He would have abased me. Just like when pride was lifted in Lucifer's heart, I knew that my pride. I said, thank you, Lord. Have your way in me. I don't know when you're going to do it for my child or how you're going to do it. I believe you, but for now, train me. Train me, Lord. So we have to look at our own selves and in our family's life. And the other thing that comforted me was the scripture said, one plant, one water, and one give the increase. Sometimes your planting is to pray. I'm getting ahead of myself. Another person may give the watering, teaching your child at school. In the morning, I say, you shall learn in Jesus' name. Send her to school. Lord, I said, Jenna, come and pray. Teach your children to pray. I said, pray. Lord God, help me, Lord, to learn. Help me to be obedient. Teach them to pray. And if they can't talk to pray, you pray. Amen? I'm saying amen. Okay, let's continue. So they play with toys the same way every time. So say, this is a toy, and they can spin it, they can press it, they can flicker it, they can roll it. They will just do this with the toy all the time. They don't spin it, they don't press it, they don't play, right? They have obsessive interest. What I mean by that, they have a very strong desire for things or people. It can be the fan, anything that spins, the fan. It can be for the biggest one these days, the tablet. And we parents are guilty. We facilitate the obsession in the children. And all I can say, let us stop. How do we stop? Limit the amount of tablet time you give your child. How do you know that it's an obsessive behavior? If you remove that thing and tornado starts. If you keep giving that child a tablet or the phone and you remove that and tornado start, it's too strong. It's becoming an obsessive behavior, or they're obsessed with that thing. Okay? You must follow certain routines. So if you drive from all the way down up the road and you turn left every day, the moment you turn right, you have to stop or you may crash. They're going to pull you from back, and it's not going to be pretty in the car. No, not all children on the spectrum behave like that. Some may just cry, some may kick the chair, but I'm just preparing you. In extreme cases, you have to prepare for that. You have to drive with caution, right? Flap hands, rock, right? As unusual reaction to the way things are smell, taste, look, and feel. So parents, let's be mindful. Sometimes the smell of food are abrasive to children on the spectrum. Don't slap them and say, eat it, eat it. They can smell it from all the way to the back of this room and you're up here, and it's so abrasive to them. So what you can do is take out some of the seasoning and make it a little bit bland. Bland usually work, but they're still getting the nutrients. Okay? So this is an example. Restrictive repetitive behavior of the child lining up let's go to the next slide. Lining up all the toys. So you see he's playing one way. Repetitive, everything is lined up. And it does look cute, and parents will say, wow, it's so cute, especially if they lay them out in colors. And we often do not realize that that's a sign that we need to look out for. Okay? How do parents and guardians care for children with special needs? There's a scripture that I want to insert before I get to this, so for perspective. Right. The scripture says, in Jeremiah 29, verse 11. So I'm going to show you the contrast. So in this world, we have two entities. Now, I'm a Christian and I work with special needs children. And there are two entities in this world, God and Satan. Now, God has a purpose for our children, And Satan also has a purpose for them. The purpose that God has, he says, I know the thoughts that I think towards you. So God has thoughts and he thinks. Thoughts of peace and not of evil to give you an expected end. When I thought about this, wait, let's read the other one. 1 Peter 5:8, it said, be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about seeking whom he may devour. Is a roaring lion peaceful? A roaring lion. Is that peaceful? So when you see a child on the spectrum banging their head, trying to crack their skull, that's not the plan of God. That's the plan of the devil. That's the plan of Satan. And he's seeking whom he may devour. And our children are so vulnerable to every evil tactics. They are vulnerable. So when we see our children screaming and behaving like that, is because the devil is trying to work this. But say God is greater. Say it again. God is greater. Thoughts of peace and not of evil. So when your child finds it difficult to communicate and start to crush everything, that's the plan of the devil. I'm not calling your child the devil, but the devil is seeking whom he may devour. I want us to understand that, to encourage you, because we're going to understand how to move forward when we're dealing with children on special needs. We're going to use a textbook, and we're going to use the foundation of the person who inspired the textbook, who is able to do above and beyond the textbook, who can cause miracles, signs, and wonders to happen in our children, who can bring deliverance to our children. Who can cause a non-verbal child to talk? Who can cause a child who don't eat a meal in 3 years to begin to eat a meal? I've seen it with my own eyes. And things that we take for granted, as Christians, we have to have compassion in people and parents who are going through these things. Pray for the special needs kids. Oftentimes we don't pray because we don't know. We don't pray because we don't understand how to pray. But the understanding here today, parents, this is understanding. So say God has peace for you. You're going to have a hope and a future, not of evil, but of good. Because you have to pray against this over here. Is that clear? Okay, let's go. So now we understand perspective of what we're dealing with naturally and spiritually. How do parents and guardians care for children with special needs? Number one, my favorite. Pray. You said that 4-letter word, pray. Tina said that whether you're a Christian, yes or no. Whether you walk in righteous, yes or no. God says, train up the children in the admonition of the Lord. And if you're seeking God how to train up, even if you're not saved yet, He will guide you. Even if you're in a backslidden position. I remember when my daughter was a toddler and I didn't have anything, and this will help somebody because having a child with special needs, it's not cheap to maintain. It's 10 times more expensive than having a child with not special needs. And I remember I couldn't find what to eat to give my toddler because her father and I were separated. And I went out with a man. His prostitution. to give him my body to collect the money so I can provide for my child. And when I went out and give that man my body, what he was handing me to go and buy for my child, he didn't know that was my intention, you know. I was so embarrassed to see what I was collecting. I was like the cheapest prostitute ever. Like, did I just give my body for this? It's to feed my child, you know. And I was coming out of the car and I handed him back that change. I gave it back to him. I gave him my body, you know. My daughter, hungry. I couldn't even tell anybody where I was going because I was ashamed. And he said, what you doing? I said, no, man, I'm fine. And I took my bus fare and I go buy some retail oats and Alaska and I brought it home. And while I was walking home, let me show you about prayer and God and want to raise a child the right way. And I'm crying. I said, God, please provide for my child that I never have to do that again. God and sister, I never want to do that. God, please, me I beg you, if you provide for my child so I never have to do that again. And to this day, I never had to do it again because God been providing for my child. And there were times he provided milk, and there were times it was sugar alone. But he provided. There were times he provided brand new clothes, and there were times I had to stitch up some. Wear and left. Jamaica call it all broke, but God provided, and I never had to exchange my body for money to provide for my child. And up to sometimes, even though I say, God, you say no, remember the promise. I said, Lord, you see and you know. Sorry, online audience, using a lot of Jamaican dialect. I'll be mindful, right? So pray, right? Pray, take your child up before the Lord. There is nothing that God cannot do. I remember at work, there was this child, he was just tantruming. And we didn't know how to soothe him because his auntie wasn't there that day. And I held him and I said, Lord, let a peace rest upon this child in Jesus' name. And immediately, he stopped tantruming. No, he was not healed of autism. That was my seed. I don't know who is going to water, but know this. God is the one that brings the increase. Keep planting, keep watering. God is the one that brings the increase. Increase may come in 5, 10, or immediately. So be encouraged. Pray and pray for yourself. Just like I said, God, provide for my child that I never have to exchange my prostitution, that I never have to exchange my body for money to provide for my child. And God has been faithful. And she's 9 years old and she was like about 2. And God has been provided. Take your child up before the Lord and yourself. Right? Some parents may feel having a child with special needs is a death sentence and may feel hopeless and helpless. They may feel anxious or depressed, a feeling of guilt like they did something wrong. No, remember before I said the devil is like a roaring lion? You did nothing wrong. Seeking whom he may devour. You did nothing wrong, but take it to the Lord in prayer. The scripture says in Psalms 37, 4 and 5, delight yourself also in the Lord, and he shall give you the desire of your heart. That's verse 4. Delight yourself in the Lord. Live for God. Enjoy. Take pleasure in his word and obey it. Be happy about what God says over your child. Some days, your happy may not feel happy because you'll be crying. But you're delighted in what God says. God, no matter what happened, I know what your word says. Be real with God. God, right now, I don't think that you can heal my child, but help me to believe you. Be real with God. He already sees and knows. Because you know who is being real with your child? The devil. You know who is being real with your mind when you feel anxious? The devil. So talk to God. He knows how to give you peace. Remember in Jeremiah? He knows how to give you peace. It says, he shall give you the desires of your heart, which is a strong feeling. Your strong feeling as parents is for your child to be the best they can be. When I tell people that as a parent and as a caregiver and as a teacher and a behavior technician, my greatest desire for every child before me is to walk in the purpose that God has set out for them. If my child never know how to read, never learn how to read, I just want to know that she loves God with all her heart, mind, soul, and strength. That is the greatest desire I have for my child. When a child comes before me and they're on the spectrum and they're not learning A, B, C, and I can touch that child's mind and peace comes. You know, sometimes children on the spectrum, parents get so overwhelmed because they think the tantrum is so much. But that child just needs a peace, and only God can give them that peace in the mind. When they're sleeping, pray for them. When they're making the bottle and they have problem eating or drinking, God, let the child eat this food. All right? Commit your way to the Lord. That is to put God first. Talk to him about everything. Live to please him. God is the one that gives us strength to please him. God is the one that gives us the strength to please him. And that comes through the Holy Spirit. And if you don't have the Holy Spirit, seek it, because you're going to need God. How are you going to train up a child the way it should go if you don't know the ways of God? God has to show us his way. And it takes the strength, the might, the Spirit of God for us to live it first, as Trudy was saying, and to train our child. Even if they are special needs and they don't understand what you're saying, pray for that child until one day that child is able to walk in the peace that God has for them. Make a conscious decision to let your life please God. That conscious decision is not willpower. That conscious decision is, God, if you strengthen me, I'm not going to go this way to provide for my child. God, if you strengthen me, I'm not going to lock my child in a room and let him scream all day because I just can't deal. God, give me strength. God, how do I do this? Right? Believe in the reliability, truth, or ability of someone. That we're talking about God. And he shall bring it to pass. God shall bring the desires of your heart to pass concerning your children when your life pleases him. And never underestimate a child. My daughter taught me, the Bible says, all things give thanks. When my daughter was 5, I was having a headache. And my heart never right. I knew enough that God answered the prayer of a pure heart. And whose heart is pure like a child's heart? I said, come on, pray for me. Listen how I was taught how to give God thanks. In everything, give thanks. Lord, thank you that my mommy have a headache, and thank you that my mommy feel better. Immediately my headache was gone. Immediately. How much more when we keep our hearts pure and pray for our children? How much more? All right? Let's go to the next one. So that's number 1. Number 2, schedule a visit to a pediatrician and get a diagnosis. Take your child to see a pediatrician. Tell them the things that you are noticing in your children. They will diagnose you. Schedule therapy sessions. Right? What are therapy sessions? So, behavior therapy refers to a set of therapeutic interventions that aim to eliminate maladaptive, self-defeating behaviors and replace them with healthy, adaptive, or appropriate behaviors. So you need to seek intervention to teach your children how to respond appropriately. They don't know. You have to do therapy. You have to train their mind how to behave and how to act. Okay? Get an individual intervention plan and follow it. What is an individual intervention plan? When you get your diagnosis and you go to the therapy session, they will write a plan designed for your child, what your child needs, to teach your child how to communicate. It's designed for your child personally. So that individual intervention plan will teach your child how to talk, if they have problem eating, if they have problem with unwanted behaviors, you'll teach them how to respond appropriately. Theirs, individual. It's not something that is tailored for everybody. You see my size? I wear a 3X. My blouse cannot fit Auntie Tina. She wears a small. So my clothes would be designed for me. Auntie Tina's clothes would be designed for her. It's the same with an IIP. Those goals are set out for your child to help them with their needs. Consider inclusive education. Or what I mean by inclusive education. So this is a setting where you have typical children going to those schools along with special needs kids. Instead of putting that child in a setting where it's only typical children, that's like punishment to that child. They're not going to have an IIP for that child. They're not going to cater for that child. A lot of schools in Jamaica do not even understand how to work with children who are special needs. So put them in an inclusive program where that school understands and is able to write an IIP to treat your child. So you can go to a special school as well, or you get a shadow teacher. A lot of people in Jamaica do not know what a shadow teacher is. Now, a shadow teacher is, you get your child into a school, you hire someone who goes to school with your child, who is assigned to work with your child. When the teacher teaches something, they break it down to the level of your child. If your child needs potty training, that person is there to assist your child holistically. So that's a shadow teacher. And make time to care for your child's day-to-day. May I have some water, please? Make time to care for your child's day-to-day needs as best as possible. Now, it is rough, especially when you're tired. Sometimes I reach home after 6, and when you reach home after 6 and you have homework and you have to find out how the child went, it can be rough, parents. That's why we need God. Since week, I was on the veranda with my daughter, like, Gianna, let's try this mirror. I fell asleep and she like, Gianna, are you watching me sleeping and you're sitting here? Like, Mommy, why you don't shut down the computer and go take a shower and take a rest? She don't want to do the homework, and go and take a break, Mommy. I'm like, Gianna, wake me up if you see me falling asleep. Okay, so it's rough sometimes, especially for parents who have children on the spectrum. It's not easy when they're just ready to play when it's 8 o'clock in the night, when it should be their bedtime. Some children on the spectrum, they have problems sleeping at night. Speak to a professional and get advice how to help you, or to make a home schedule for them so they can follow. So this picture is displaying, just showing that parents, we need to pray, seek professional diagnosis, professional help, and consider the child going in an inclusion or special needs program. So on the screen, you can see where you can get professional help. Kiddies Care, the address is there, and the phone number, the kids clinic. So when you go see these pediatrician, they'll give you a referral and you can take it to any one of these. Of course, Therapy Plus, that's where I work, yay! You can come for intervention, one of the best in the island, and it's not because I work there, it's just the truth. And you can also go to Michael University College Care Center as well. So Therapy Plus is not free. Michael University is free. And it's very good there, but when it's free, you know how that goes. All right, so you can seek intervention there. So this concludes my presentation. I hope you all learned something.
concludes our presentation. I do believe that we have some questions. No? Yes, we do? So now we take the questions and we'll all be available to answer.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon. My question was, can you be old and have autism? Do you have to be a child? Let me change the word old. Do you have to be a child? Maybe. Can you recognize autism in adults or even teenagers? And then you had mentioned something about the phone. When your teenagers are hooked to the phone, they're showing signs of autism.
I am happy that you brought up the phone because I do have a dramatization and then I'll answer your question. Auntie, yes.
Mommy, can I have the phone, please?
Oh, sure. Here you go. Look at the anticipation.
Go, baby! Oh. I want to play in the swimming pool, swimming pool, swimming pool. I am scared and nervous too. I don't know what to do. Wear your hood in the swimming pool, swimming pool, swimming pool. Don't forget your goggles too. In the swimming.
Mommy, can I have the phone, please? Mommy, can I have the phone? Mommy, I want the phone now! I want the phone! 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 I want the phone!
Here you go.
Welcome to Kids Academy.
Hello, boys and girls.
I
Let's
need to
read
make
the
a
story
phone call.
called Two Friends.
I have the phone. I need to make a phone call.
Mommy, can I have the phone, please? Can I have the
No,
phone?
no, I'm going to make a phone call.
Mommy, I want the phone! 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 Phone!
Yes, you can come and pick up the package.
Mommy, I want the phone.
Yes, I'll be home at 2:30. You can come and pick up the package. You're not crying. Awesome. High five, no crying. Let's go take a walk. Very good. Okay, who can relate? Raise your hand. And that's not for only kids on the spectrum. That's for almost every child. So for even typical children, they call it terrible two. Once I reach two, I denounce that word. I don't like to use that word terrible two. No terrible in no 2 years old. Right? So what I just did is a demonstration, and I showed you a technique, and I'm going to tell you the technique. So a lot of times the children are, a behavior was reinforced. When I gave the child the item, that behavior was reinforced. No, I remove the phone and I use a technique. When she started crying for it, I handed it to her. So I reinforced that behavior. So now because I was screaming, I got it. So what am I going to do next time? Scream, right? So a lot of times children communicate through screaming and crying, as Tina was saying. Kids on the spectrum, it's going to be a little bit more profound, and it's going to be harder when you hand them that item. You're reinforcing the screaming. You're giving them a prize for screaming. So what I did the next time, so now when you're trying to extinguish that behavior, the technique I used the second time when she was crying and I was busy making the phone call, it's called extinction. When you think about extinction, you think about an extinguisher, right? Put out, get rid of the behavior. So I want to get rid of the screaming behavior. What usually happens, the behavior gets worse before it gets better. So you may think that it's not working or you're not doing anything. The child extinction can last even up to an hour, because that child is going to press your button to see how long you'll give him, especially when they want to sleep. When they live in an upscale community and you can hear a pin drop, so you don't want them to call the police on you, that child is going to scream. They are going to get a sound like it's Donnie McClurkin belting out a song, like it's Yolanda Adams. Their scream is going to be so loud. But you have to hold on. Ignore the child. Ignore the behavior. When they stop screaming, you reinforce them. Not with the thing they were screaming for. You can give them something else, or you can take them for a walk like what I did. So take that home with you. The next time your child screams, or your grandchild, or your nephew, or whoever, withhold the thing. Don't give it to them. Don't reinforce the unwanted behavior. It works. It takes time, but it works. And you have to hold out, okay? So you're saying that if adults can have autism, remember we started out saying we're not sure of the exact causes, right? But usually when you have one sibling or difficulty at birth or chromosomal issues, what happens is when someone say, oh, he wasn't autistic when he was young, but he was older, sometimes it's misdiagnosed or people did not understand the signs. So when it is revealed, it's not like you developed autism when you were older. It probably was overlooked because they are very high functioning. You have doctors who you go and see who are autistic. So you have high functioning, everybody does not tantrum. And some children, they'll tantrum, intervention works, and they'll scream, and with intervention, they'll move from severe to mild. They'll maybe become your doctor, your surgeon. They're very smart. So I hope that answers your question. What was the next question? Pardon me? Yes? Yes. Not necessarily. So the question is if your teenage children are on the tablet and what? That goes back to parenting and setting boundaries and rules. These days, the device is raising our children. And so we as parents, we have to set boundaries for our children. And because of that, we're seeing a lot of children, they walk in unch like this, they don't have strong gross motor skills. When we were growing up, we used to go outside and play and make skipping rope and jump. But as time goes by and the hustle of life, sometimes when the children are hooked on the devices, it's not so much for them, it's us the parents who just want a little peace of mind. And so we do not set that boundary, because if we set that boundary, then we will have to engage the children or provide something else for them to do. And we are just so overwhelmed with life, especially single parents, that we don't do that. Or we just need a little peace of mind and we give into that. So you have to set those boundaries. My daughter, I set those boundaries. I limit what she watches, because there was a day she was watching something and there came a pop-up. And on that pop-up, she was watching slime. She loved to watch slime, the slime that they use. And a pop-up came on my daughter's tablet. And it was two ladies having oral sex. And she just did this slide like it was normal. And when I call my husband and say, Anthony, come and look at this. By the time he moved from there to here, it was gone. Because it was through the same pop-up, she keep clicking on the link, clicking on the algorithm and all kind of things, and it keep popping up. So you have to set the boundaries. So no, if I am not, the only thing she can watch is one of her favorite things is Superbook and Famous Two Kids and bloggers, right? So you have to set that boundaries.
Thank you, Suzette. Do we have any more questions? Go ahead.
All right, good evening, everyone. First and foremost, I'm glad I came. Very informative. However, while you were presenting, Trudy, you keep mentioning positive parenting, discipline, and getting your children to talk and everything like that. As a parent of a teenager, how do you actually get them to open up to you? And the thing is, you're trying to be a good parent, but it's like everything that you do seems like it's not working.
Okay, so I think we can pick from all three of us presentation a response to that. First, I'm going to tell you that if that's clearly a concern that you have as mommy, that's definitely something to pray about. The other thing is opening up a sense of she's not talkative, that's not her personality, or is it a case that she is withdrawn, so she used to speak more, but now she is not talking now. Also, as Susan mentioned, if it is a change, then you have to find out why. So you either get her counseling or assess to see if she's going through. Also, at that stage, when they change over to being a teenager, they become withdrawn sometimes because they're going through their own personal changes. And they are trying to navigate those changes in their minds. So sometimes it's not anything, sometimes it's simply them trying to, navigate the changes that they're experiencing, learning themselves, and sometimes they become moody. Sometimes it may require professional attention. But like I said, if it's a concern, first thing you're going to do is pray, and the second thing is to seek the professional intervention.
This has been an absolutely wonderful session, and that answer that you gave her was 100%. What I would want to say is, you all in this room, correct me if I'm wrong. If you know any teenager that exists in 2023 that does not live on a phone, raise your hand. Anybody raise their hand? Okay. I didn't give my children a phone until they were 15, right? Because as a result of which none of them like IT. They just not, they take it, they can do everything and whatever, but I'm thinking. But I just did not give them a phone until they were 15. Yet and however, they are what? No, between 18 and 23. If they're not, I'm not even going to say if they're not eating, if they're eating, they're on the phone. If they're not studying, they're on the phone. They're just on the phone. But, pardon me? 24/7, all the young people. I go to restaurants with families, and the mother and the father are the only ones speaking, and the 4 children are like this. It's really kind of like crazy. And I can only say this that I see, because I understood your question and I understood your question because I experienced the exact same thing. And they don't communicate with you at all. At all. I heard Tina said something that was encouraging. She says, keep going. Just find a time to say, slap them on the knees. I will talk to this child today. You literally said, I'm going to talk to this child today. Because your children are not speaking to you as from teenage days. They'll come around and say, hi, friends come around and, and that's it. But I just believe, I don't know if it was the Lord who showed me this, but the world is the world, and every era has its ways. And technology, because what is a 9-month-old doing identifying a YouTube icon? That's what they do at 9 months. They take up that phone and you see them going, like how you do it. No, watch out. And when they see what they want, they go boom.
That's right. And if you scroll past it, they bring it.
So they're in another era, and some of us are going home. Oh, this child must be a genius. It's that spirit of technology that is in them, and they have this access to a drawing board to draw something, listen to Peter Pig, if they want to listen to Paw Patrol, anything that they want to listen to, they find for themselves at a very early age. What am I saying? We just have to work with the era because we need to be comforted in this, truly. Truly, Trisha. Tracy. We as parents need to be comforted in this, and this is what the Lord showed me. That's the era, because along with all of that, the whole world is technology. So that's how they communicate now, and they're going to be hunched over, get over it, because they do shape like that. They have a kind of a little funny. I'm telling you, I'm seeing these things with my own eyes. But because we know God, you put in God. I've literally said to my children, if anything should happen to me and you see strange things happening in the world, find a BT person I call names, and I know they're listening to me because I told all of them, that if I should die, go to Auntie Julia so she can meet your husband and approve him. And one of my children, sadness, is I was so looking forward to introducing whoever I'm getting married to Auntie Julia. So they're listening. I said, no, just find a BT person, and whichever direction they are moving while the whole world moving over here, so just follow back at him. Yeah. I just try to deal with the era. Yeah. Okay, so they're remembering that. And I was so encouraged when even saying, I'm so sorry Auntie Julia died because no, she can't meet my husband and approve. I'm like, they're listening. Yeah. So be encouraged and just do the God thing. Anywhere you can put in God and God, because it is what it is. Because the young people are inventing all kind of things. AI, young people. It's just the era. But don't let it scare you or push back. Just keep on putting in God, put it in God. And that's what one of the encouraging things when Tina said, even if they won't talk to you, you just make the time. And sometimes I try to do that, and I get, okay, let me not even bother with that, but I'm going to bother with it. So if I can get, 5 minutes a week or 5 minutes every 2 days, you say, thank God.
Thank you. Am I on camera? Okay. Yes, I'm going to take your question. Thank you. And also, we as adults, if we do not limit our own selves, we get latched to the screens too. So it is It is monitoring or encouraging them, if it is a screen thing, to monitor their time, just like how we need to say that I've been on the phone. Every time I pick up the phone to do something, I end up somewhere I didn't plan to go. So it is a real thing. It is a technology time. So we have to monitor that even in our children. Before your question, I have a question here. It says, where do we refer parent who is in denial? And this is referring to if you notice that that parent child has a special need, but the parent refused to acknowledge that. I think that's a question for Suzette. How do you refer them and where?
Okay, a parent in denial is one of the, it's like a iron wall. And so, especially as a Christian, from a Christian point of view, you have to first pray, Lord, please open this person's eyes to see. That's number one. You can go to them and you can tactfully say, have you heard about autism or have you heard about ASD? No, for some parents, because I've known a situation when someone say, you ever heard about autism? Immediately the parent got offended and said that, oh, you're diagnosing my child. So you can say it like that, depending on the parent, depending on the bond that you have, the relationship, or it may just be somebody you don't know. You can speak to the teacher. If it's at school and you notice that, say to the teacher, because some teachers are not educated on the signs of children who are on the spectrum. Say to the teacher, you know, I noticed so and so and so, can you speak to your supervisor to speak to this parent? You can go that way. You can ask the principal to put on workshops. You can befriend the parent, and then you can insert, you know, I noticed this, that your child is not giving eye contact. I don't mean any harm. I just want you to take that into consideration. That parent is more than likely is going to go home and Google, my child doesn't have any eye contact, and then they'll get some information on that. So ask God to show you ways, and depending on the relationship you have or do not have, to how to go about that.
Thank you. I hope that answers the question. You have a question?
Yes, ma'am. I have two questions. I know in Tina's presentation she mentioned about seeking, well, not just her, also maybe all three of you, I'm not sure. But you had mentioned getting professional help. Do you suggest you get professional help from just any professional person, or should it be Christian professional person? Should I ask the next question?
Let me hear. It's one question, double question.
Not really. But how do you get your children? Should you force your children to come for prayer? That was another thing that was spoken about, you know, let's come together, pray, come together, have devotion. Should you force them to do that?
All right, so I'm going to answer the prayer. You answer what was the question? Right, the professional help. All right, so remember, it depends on the age of the child. If the child is still at that age that she or he is under your governance, then yes, we do have devotion, and you're going to be a part of devotion. For parents with younger children, it is best to introduce this practice to the child so it becomes something that they look forward to, and even in times that they don't want to do it, they will already have a reference for it, so it wouldn't be you forcing them. It would be the reverence and their own conscience knowing that they ought to be there. But if this is something that you're just introducing to them, you have to take in consideration their age and also the fact that this is not something that you had been doing for a while, so you may have to take your time and ask them if they want to join and suggest that they pray, suggest, let it be something that they want to do. Well, I hope that answers. Okay. Tina?
Okay. All right. So that question, I would say not necessarily that the person have to be a Christian, but because I believe God is the one that inspired medicine, and so a person can still impart their knowledge and it can help you. Personally, though, I would go to somebody that have a Christian base because of what they bring to the table. And because of, especially if you are a Christian, and we know that medicine alone might not be what your child needs, right? And so I would say that using that, we call it eclectic approach, which is drawing from different base. So even the spiritual, even the Christian base also to help with guiding your child or the person that is counseling your child to have a Christian base, right? And I see it very effective because even in my line of work, my institution is Christian based. We use Christian principles, and I can see where it is effective, and I can see where other agencies sometimes, when they reach at a point and they can't go anymore, where they're calling us over here, where we take a different approach, right?
Thank you, Tina. Do we have any more questions? No, we don't. This has been lovely. It has been very, very informative and a blessing. And a blessing. But we have come to the end, and I do appreciate you all taking time out of your busy Saturday to be here. And I do hope that you have been blessed, that you have been encouraged, that you have been edified, and that you do feel supported. Thank you to everyone who joined us online. I wish you have a Jesus-filled rest of the day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Rebuild the walls of families in all nations.